We ask for your blessings of peace and comfort to be upon our community for your glory. We pray for the welfare of those still being impacted by the pandemic. We pray for the wellness and safety of the men and women that serve those impacted by the pandemic, those that protect this city, this county, this state, and this nation, both here and abroad. We ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Denise, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Shaw. Here. Yakowicz.
Present.
Neese.
Here.
Ewald.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Chariki.
I'm here.
Purinton. Present. Ronning. Here. Boyette.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Council, we do not have any minutes for approval before us tonight, so we'll jump right into council courtesies. And I will start us off. It is the end of the year. There's a lot of memorable things going on right now. Not the least of which is the Bobcats got an early Christmas present. So congratulations to all Bobcat fans out there, and even Grizzly fans, I think, are begrudging Bobcat fans after Saturday. So congratulations. Omicron was diagnosed in Gallatin County yesterday, or today, so it is upon us. And so I don't know if we have masks in the back. I encourage everybody to get vaccinated and be careful. I'll be using mine periodically when I'm not talking this evening. Kevin, do we have masks available back on the I don't know that we do. So apologize about that. Maybe we could work on that for future meetings going into the next year. Because this is the end of the year, it's also the last city council meeting for 4 of our most distinguished council members. And I just want to recognize them. We have some plaques, and we don't have a real formal plaque ceremony. I hope that's okay. But if I can pass these down, and I'd like to show everybody what they look like. And this one is to Councilmember Mike Yakowicz. They're beautiful plaques. And if the whole, everybody present can join with me in giving a round of applause to, just a minute, Councilmember Mike Yakowicz, Councilmember Frank Ewald, Councilmember Penny Ronning, and Councilmember Sean Brown. If you add up all their years, it's been tremendous service to our city. Thank you very much. And for anybody who might have been watching on television who couldn't see it, the audience broke into a standing ovation. Well deserved. I also, I don't know if this is proper protocol or not, but hey, I've got the gavel. So I'm going to turn the podium over to our former city council member and current county commissioner, Dennis Pittman, who said that he wanted to be here and to express his special appreciation to these outgoing council members. Commissioner Pittman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's always strange to be on this side of the podium, and some of you now will get that opportunity, and we'll have to resist every once in a while when you're watching at home how these meetings are going and want to have your 2 cents. But I just wanted to take a moment after spending 8 years on the City Council. This is a somber moment. You guys have put a lot of time, sweat, and tears, guys and ladies, taking care of the city of Billings. It's an amazing job. I always said when I took it over that it was like getting another child in my family. You just see the community in a different way from this point forward. And this is kind of sending them off on their own to continue their journey. I know there's a lot of things that you still have to offer our community, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for all of your service to our community. And it didn't go unnoticed. You guys have worked very hard and done a great job. And so thank you for all your service to our community.
Thank you very much. With that, then, we will move on to any additional council courtesies. Additional council courtesies, Councilmember Rewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank the city residents of Ward 2 for giving me the honor and privilege to be able to serve as your city representative for the past 4 years. I only hope that I measured up to your expectations and helped to make some good changes for the Heights and the city of Billings. Even though the job at times is overwhelming, I always approached each task with common sense, honesty, and transparency. Thanks again, Ward 2 residents. You're the best.
Thank you. Any other council courtesies? Councilmember Ronnie?
Thank you. Well, I didn't prepare to say anything, and I hadn't planned on it. My council courtesy is for Officer Jeff Stovall, the Billings Police Department, all of the different law enforcement personnel, firefighters, all of the amazing businesses and the community that donated to Shop with a Cop and Walmart. It happened this past Saturday. If you saw this amazing parade go from Metra all the way out to Walmart on King Avenue, it was extraordinary. I think over 160 kids and families benefited as a result. It was absolutely tremendous. The second year, the children each got $300 to spend. A law enforcement officer or firefighter went with each child around Walmart, and the reports that came back were really extraordinary. What we heard over and over again is that almost every single child chose gifts for their family first, and most of the law enforcement officers and firefighters had to convince the kids to even select something for themselves. So truly an extraordinary event that took place in our community. So thanks to Chief Santa St. John, who did an extraordinary job as Santa Claus there as well, and just to everyone who participated. It's truly a great event. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. And if people would like to contribute to the Shop with a Cop program, they'll be making additional gifts to kids at the summer for kids to be able to buy back-to-school clothes and school equipment. So contact the Billings Police Department if you'd like more details on how to do that. Additional courtesies. Councilmember Yakovich.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ewell, for what you shared. You know, I know we all express a lot of appreciation to our constituents, and whether going door to door or in different ways, you know, just thanking them along the way. And there's been a lot of people who've supported us, and I just want to speak on behalf of Sean and Penny as well as myself and Frank, that all of you as council, really, we journeyed together, and we sat in the back during executive sessions many times. We sat in the library going through COVID. We campaigned on different items along the way, and it's just been an honor to be with you. Though I know all of us express our same appreciation to the constituents, to the staff who we drove them crazy many times, and they still put up with us. That we tried to knock the mayor out of sync a few times, but he still stayed on track, you know. And Tony and Denise, we tried to ignore them many times, but we couldn't. But anyway, for the opportunity to serve with all of you, it's been an honor. I guess I'll miss that. I will miss you, and I'm very grateful for the trust that the city has given to us, right, to sit here in this chamber. So good luck to all of you who remain. I truly believe that we're in good hands. And Mayor, you are the admiral, and I know that the ship will not sink. It will continue to float, and will be great and be successful. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Yakovich. I hope everybody has appreciated his Christmas tie. It glows even more than Rudolph's nose, I think. Any other council courtesies? Don't see any, so we'll proceed on then to proclamations. We do have a proclamation, although it's not on our agenda. It's in favor of Homeless Persons Memorial Day. And as a reminder for anyone, tomorrow at noon on the county courthouse lawn will be a ceremony and recognition of the homeless and those who have died in the cold and the challenges that they face. So proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the city of Billings desires to identify the problem of homelessness as a significant community concern, and whereas the winter poses extreme hardship for unsheltered and inadequately housed low-income men, women, and children in our city. And whereas December 21st has been designated National Homeless Persons Memorial Day on the National or by the National Coalition for the Homeless and the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council, and is so recognized by cities nationwide. And whereas in the city of Billings, the council supports the efforts of various community agencies making up the continuum of care in the efforts to work together to make homelessness brief, rare, and non-reoccurring. And whereas in this season of generosity and sharing, citizens of Billings are encouraged to commit themselves to promoting compassion and concern for all brothers and sisters, especially those who are poor and homeless. And whereas in remembering those who have died on the streets, the cause of ending homelessness is kept urgent as the city's collective commitment to preventing such deaths in the future. Now, therefore, it is proclaimed that Billings, Montana makes a firm commitment to do all within its power to eliminate homelessness. And therefore, may it be proclaimed that December 21, 2021 be recognized as Homeless Persons Memorial Day in the city of Billings, and we ask all citizens to take a moment of silence in remembering those who have died homeless and encourage our citizens to support all local efforts to eliminate homelessness in our communities. Our next item of business is our council reports. Council members, are there any reports from organizations on which you serve on behalf of the city? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Just as I had an opportunity to sit in on the Billings Parking Board, they have a new leader is Brandon Scala. But anyway, it's just a board that often is neglected, but does a lot of work trying to deal with all our parking lots, our parking buildings, and many other parts of that. So I know they wave to us a lot because they know us, right, on the street, where the police, they never wave to me. They never know who I am, so that's okay. But there's only 2 or 3 meters, so we get to know them, 2 or 3 meter people. The other one is the mayor and I sat at in a court here last week with Judge Kolar, and I just want to express, it's not a committee necessarily, but we were sitting in to support the abating of homes. And Mayor, thank you for sitting in on that. And I really just have a lot of confidence with Judge Kolar, what she's doing and what she'll continue to do to help the best for our city. And I know she really appreciates all of you. I know once in a while you sit in on court, and she appreciates seeing us there. Finally, Citizens Advisory Committee is part of Council. Citizens Advisory Council is part of Phillips 66, and I know that they'll be inviting a council person on as I step off. But basically, they do just a great job trying to reach out to especially the neighborhood around the refinery. They meet every month. They've been doing this for like 30 years. And just trying to give an update and make sure that everyone feels safe and secure. So that happens every first Tuesday of the month at 5:30. So if anyone's interested in that, I can give more information. Thank you, Honor.
Thank you, Council. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Well, I've had the pleasure of sitting on the DBA board for the past year, and really want to express my gratitude to all of the folks in the downtown TIF district and the downtown Billings partnership, and Katie and Mehmet and all the work that they've done. As I was driving here tonight, it was really just this emotional time, because oftentimes on council, we don't necessarily get to see the end result of things we vote on. But when it comes to TIF districts, we often do, because it's brick and mortar that we're seeing, it's paved streets that we're seeing. And then in the past 4 years, some of the things that we've been able to vote on here have been really dramatic for our downtown, one of those biggest being Alberta Bear Theater. And that was really the opportunity to be able to see the result of a vote, and how extraordinary the Alberta Bear Theater and the Babcock have been to our downtown. And so I just really wanted to commend everyone that volunteers their time to sit on those TIF district boards. It's truly an investment into our community, and so just wanted to thank everyone and wish everyone, whomever the council member is that takes my position, you'll do much better than I, because it's 7:30 in the morning on Fridays, and that's not the best time for me. But whomever takes that seat, good luck with that 7:30 in the morning Friday. But thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Any other council reports? Don't see any, so, or I'm sorry, was there something? No. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, council, you probably saw in our emails a lot of back and forth today about edits to the proposed letter to the governor in addressing issues of crime, sober houses, and parole and probationers, and we will address that in the initiatives section of our agenda at the end of the meeting. City Administrator Chris Kukulski is on the road, so we've got our not stand-in, but our new boss for the day, Kevin Iflin, our Assistant City Administrator. Kevin, do you have any report for us?
I do. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Just a few things. So concerning item number 1C is in Charlie, the 5-year agreement with Sky Gifts Billings LLC. The staff wish to make a change to the recommendation as council's approval for the mayor to execute the final agreement. It is still in a little bit of a draft phase, but we do anticipate having that completed very soon with no substantive changes that what you see in the memo there. Secondly, I'd like to remind council that city offices are closed on Friday, December 24th in observance of the Christmas holiday, and on Friday, December 31st for New Year's Eve day. This was the last council meeting of the year tonight, so the next meeting is a work session on Monday, January 3rd. New council members will be sworn in at that meeting, and a training session with Dan Clark of the Local Government Center is scheduled for that meeting also. There were no ex parte items sent to the mayor and council after 3 p.m. today. And then, Mayor, if you would indulge me, I'd like to ask Steve Arviskow from Big Sky Economic Development to come forward, and he's got a presentation to make for an outgoing council member also.
Great. Steve.
Mayor, Council, thank you. You all have a little bit of a treat in front of you, brought to you by Brockles Chocolate in downtown. So if the meeting gets long tonight, feel free to just have a little chocolate there. Really, that's our way at Big Sky Economic Development. Small gesture of thank you to the entire council. I was taught well in grade school, if you're going to bring something for one, you've got to bring it for all. We wanted to recognize Sean for his service on our board of directors, and I'll do that in just a moment. But in really thinking about it, we want to thank all of you for your work and your partnership with Big Sky Economic Development. And then for Sean and Penny, Frank, Mike, coming off council, I want to thank you. Thank you for your time and patience with us, and the opportunity to have good, frank, open, honest dialogue when we talk about the economic growth of our community. That partnership that we've had with you, very much appreciated. Mike, also thank you for your friendship, sir. And I did get your card in the mail, and I appreciate that. Sean, your colleague, had the opportunity to serve on the Big Sky Economic Development Board of Directors, and he wasn't able to make our last board meeting in December when we usually do our recognition. So I asked Chris and mentioned to the mayor that I'd like to come by tonight and thank Sean. And I have a plaque too. And I'll, since you weren't able to get up and give your plaque, I can maybe give mine to Sean. Sean represents the council as an ex officio board member on the EDA as recommended by you but appointed by our county commissioners because it's the EDA board. And Sean served with absolute distinction. A lot of phone calls from me at times depending upon what the issue was and very active board member, Sean, and we really appreciate, even though you were ex officio, that didn't matter. You were there and in the middle of a lot of very important conversations, so we want to thank you for that. Have a little plaque to give you. And then there's a gift card in here, so don't throw the bag away.
We have an official photographer here.
A little closer though.
To each other. just one more indulgence. I put a flyer at each of your places along with the coffee mug and the chocolates. We're redeveloping the building right behind you. We're your neighbor. We're doing some construction almost in your backyard. And we're developing a center for entrepreneurship development called Rock 31. And we're very excited about that. We have a lot of partners in the community that are helping make that happen. We think entrepreneurship is foundational to our economic growth as a community. And that flyer, we'd love to take members of council either together or individually through a tour of the building while we're in the middle of that construction project. So we do that every Thursday at 1:30 in the afternoon. Shoot Patrick an email and he'll put you on that schedule. Or if you just have a free Thursday afternoon, if you showed up, we might be able to make that work too. But we would absolutely invite council to come and learn about what we're doing in the building right next door to you. So love to have you there. Thank you. And thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Steve. It's great to have good neighbors and the neighborhood's looking up. Anything else from you, Kevin? No.
Nope, Mayor, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on then to public comment on non-public hearing agenda items. This evening, there will be public hearings on some of the items, but not on others. So if there's not a public hearing on your item, this is your opportunity to come forward. If you don't have a copy of the agenda, there should be one back on the cart. Tonight, this is the time for public hearing on all of the items except for items 2, 3, and 4. So item 2 is the MRM alley project. Number 3, the marijuana licensing fees. Number 4, the cable franchise agreement with TDS, the amendments there. Everything else, though, now is the time to be heard. If you want to be heard on items 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, now is the time to come forward. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less and tell us your name and address up front. So if you would like to be heard on items 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, please come forward. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor Cole and council members. I'm a little shaky. I'm a little nervous addressing all of you, but I would like to address you on item 1K, the Ridgeline subdivision that you're supposed to approve.
Thank you very much. And just give us your name and address.
My name is Sharon Wetch. I live at 4625 King Avenue West. In your packets, you have the same copy that I do. This, if you look, I am 19 on it. The people who have done this platting with this company have decided I am just off King Avenue. They have decided that since I wouldn't sell them my property, they're going to put high-rise apartments on 3 sides of me. Then they're going to take and sell the other part to a commercial property, a gas station, no less. The zoning I understood was to create, protect, maintain a desirable living environment, residential harmony, and to me, this is not harmony. There's no reason to do this to us. I would like you to reconsider, I've been to numerous meetings, I've asked them to reconsider, to replat it. They did on the other end where the other houses are, but they haven't around my house. And I would really appreciate it if you would turn them down and have them replat it so it doesn't, the zoning only states that multifamily needs to be along arterial roads. That's King Avenue. There isn't even a road on the east side of me or the north side of me. Those are not necessary. The only one that is necessary is the south border of my property. The other should have been something to make it more compatible to our living there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments on items 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9?
Good evening. My name is Max Griffin, 1655 Valley Heights Road. I'm here representing the Historic Montana Avenue Association in regards to item 7, the request for a pedestrian crosswalk upgrade. As everybody knows, crossing Montana Avenue is kind of like playing a slot machine. You hope you get 3 stops, but it ain't guaranteed every time, I can tell you that. So we're trying very hard to get that, at least one put in for now and see how that goes. The rule on people who have businesses there, ours is at 2223 Montana Avenue, is that you never use a crosswalk. You go mid-street when you can see the break in the traffic because it's so dangerous. With me tonight is also Mike Sheard and Michelle Bauman from the depot. We're representing the businesses in that area and would appreciate your support on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you all. Additional comments, items 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Is there any other public comment on those items? Any other public comment? Don't see anybody coming forward, so we'll close the public comment period on those and ask council for separations. I'm going to separate item 1F, the sponsorship of the Billings Bench Water Association ARPA grant application. Additional, Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, question for Gina on the separations. Since the staff is changing the recommendation on 1C, should that be separated for a separate vote to make sure we include the change?
I don't think that it's necessary to separate it as long as you make clear that you're adopting that recommended change. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to abstain from 1M1.
Item 1M1, bills for the week of November 22.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll be abstaining from 1M1. My brother works for Warren Transport.
Thank you very much. Any other separations? If not, we'll look for a motion for any on the non-separated items. Is there a motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I move to approve the items of the consent agenda with the exception of items moved for separation, including the staff recommended changes to item 1C.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilmember Chiriky. Motion is for approval. Further discussion. Councilmember Yakowicz and Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Honor and Council. I guess I just wondered, Mr. Flynn, any comment on item K? I know it's beyond me to understand it all right now. I mean, it seems like it's all done legally, but do you have any comment on that at all or not?
Yeah, Mayor and Council and Councilmember Yakowicz, no, I don't have any further comment on item 1K.
Thank you, Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. On 1C, I don't know if I understood the explanation there.
So Mayor and Councilmember Ewald, the contract has not been fully finalized at this point. There's still a little bit of work to do on it, and it's just with the legal department from Big Sky Gifts. We anticipate that that's going to happen very soon, but the substantive part that's in the staff memo description will not change, but there are just a couple details, and the finalized one needs to be brought forward. And so what we're asking council to do is just give the mayor the authority to sign that once the finalized version of that gets done, because it's not finalized at this point.
Follow up, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So this is one of the things that I've been complaining about while I've been on council. We should not be signing unfinished business. And did this just come up like since the 10th of December?
There was a few things that contributed to this, Councilmember Ewald, one being staff that had an emergency and had to leave town. That contributed to this not being finalized, along with just some specific details that really don't affect the language in the contract. That's all the explanation I would really have of why this one isn't finalized at this date.
And Councilmember Ewald, I do see Kevin Plone in the back. If you'd like him to comment on what possible changes might be coming to.
Well,
That's up to you.
I'd just like to separate that for a separate vote, please.
Yeah, technically, we already have motion for approval of that, but if you want to make a motion to.
Substitute motion that we separate that as a.
Okay, so the motion is to amend the motion to remove item 1C for further separate consideration. Is there a second for that amendment? Not seeing it, so I guess it dies for want of a second. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to follow up on that with Gina, if you don't mind, because I didn't see that draft of the contract till today. And also, I think at 3:50, Kevin, you sent out to all of us the copy of the A&E contract. I think the red line contract came out to us, as well as the, I think there's one other document, or the North Park Master Plan that I'd asked for. And all that came out just later today. So Gina, are those documents, should they have been included in the packet for us to actually vote upon those beforehand? Or is this okay to move forward with voting for something that hasn't been in the public for us to even really digest or the public to see?
Councilmember Neese, maybe I can start addressing that. Gina wasn't on that email, I believe, when you requested it or when it was sent out. So my understanding, and I talked with the clerk's office a little bit, we can start including those attached to the agendas. Some departments do, some departments don't. Normally, if there's any issues or questions, controversial things, they'll put the contracts on there. One of the main reasons that they weren't getting attached in the staff memo is when we were printing out several copies, we were finding that the packets were running 500-600 pages when we were attaching those to the staff memos. So that was one explanation. We can certainly, with the more council members receiving the electronic documents, start attaching all contracts to that if that's the council's preference.
Thank you. Thank you for that, but I just wanted to clarify from Gina, did we meet the legal requirements to make sure we gave it proper notice to the public to actually review the documents that we're approving tonight?
And just for my clarification, you're referring to item 1C, and what was the second item you're referring to?
The other item is 1B, which is the contract we're approving, the A&E contract for the multi-use generational community rec center.
So I do believe that with the combination of the agenda itself and the staff memos, that does provide sufficient notice to the public as to what the item is, so that they are aware of what's being addressed and they can come here and listen and participate and make comment about that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmembers Ewald, Neese. I do think it's certainly better practice to attach the contracts, but in the case of item 1C, I think it would be nice if we could hear from the airport director, Kevin Plone, just to reassure the council that whatever is still undone is not so material that we should wait until we actually see it, and also, is there a real timing crunch here? So, Kevin, if you can address those issues.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, Council. So the agreement is a pretty standard agreement that we've used on a lot of our gift shop concessions over the years. There's a few minor things that they're questioning us on. One of them is we usually say exclusivity, non-exclusive use of the airport for the gift shop, allowing us to have other venues on the airport, say the FBO, if they wanted to do a little bit of a gift shop. So we're changing some of that language to include within the terminal building itself. But other than that, it's not much change at all. It's unfortunate that we couldn't get this done in time, but like I said, there's nothing very significant in the changes that'll take place that'll impact this at all. This is a really good deal for the airport. The concession revenues that this is being guaranteed are the highest we've ever seen on a gift shop, ever. And we're very excited about it. And their concept was spectacular as well. So we think it's a good deal for the airport. And one of the things that we really want to do is give them the confidence that they can now move forward, because there's a lot of work to do between now and March 1 or April 1, excuse me, whenever this thing actually gets kicked off and we can use the terminal building. So 3 months to 4 months isn't a lot of time to actually do the construction, build out that space, and then get your inventory and flow going. So we really want to get them rolling as soon as we can, if you guys are so willing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Purinton? Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin, if you wouldn't mind, also, I had not heard you correctly whenever you were explaining the percentages versus the gross revenue. And then also, because this is an out-of-state operation, I think we discussed Made in Montana and some of the local artistry that may be available even through tribal leadership. Could you kind of express, or just let us know a little bit more about how that would work?
So in the concept, they really went all out to, even though they're a South Dakota firm, went all out to make this a Montana-type gift shop, including in their concept having a buffalo head on the wall. So it really had, and it really had a great taste of all the Montana, made in Montana type products. So that was one of the things that we really liked about it. And it had a high spectrum of difference between product ends. You had your classic stuff that you're going to see in a gift shop, but then they had some really nice high-end things made in Montana. Some of it was like a buffalo skin briefcase, which was high-end. I don't know how many of those they'll sell, but it was really cool. And then they actually sell things like some Orvis fishing equipment, which is, we get a lot of fishers, anglers that come into the state to go on the bighorn. And sometimes, you forget something, so you can just whip into the gift shop and pick something up. So they had some really neat concepts that we've never seen before in a gift shop. And nothing else that we got proposals on even compared. So we were very excited about that. The key thing for me, even though the concept was great, was the guaranteed revenue. It exceeds anything we've ever made on a gift shop. And this is on the guaranteed piece. So the first year was $225,000. And they also gave us a 25% on gross. So that means right off the bat that, they're talking about making $1 million a year in revenues and us getting about close to 25% of that. So from that perspective, the next closest one I think was 15%. So from that perspective, it was very, very solid, and we're ecstatic to see it. So we're really anxious to get forward and working with these folks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, was there some reason that this couldn't have been taken up in like October or November?
So one of the things we were trying to do, Councilman Ewald, was time it with the construction. So we didn't want to have a facility that wasn't ready for them. We've had some issues with some materials, not a lot, but some, and this keeps pushing my timeline down the road a little bit further than I wanted. So we really wanted to make sure that when we got the go-ahead and we could shoot this thing, they could come in and start doing the planning and everything they needed to do. The gift shop itself, from the construction of the terminal building, is basically a done shell now. So it's ready for them to come in and start putting their finishes in anticipation of that opening date come April 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ronnie?
Me?
No? Okay. All right, you're released. Councilmember Ronnie?
Thank you. I see that Brenda Beckett came in, and I just really wanted to acknowledge 1G in regard to the extraordinary work that the AmeriCorps Vistas do in our community. And this is always one of those votes that I really love. The AmeriCorps Vista program is truly extraordinary in the gifts that they're able to develop for all of the different nonprofit organizations, and they do work also for the city of Billings as well, and just an amazing program. And Brenda's been a great leader. She's got a great board working in just all of the AmeriCorps Vista volunteers that choose to come to Billings to work. What a great gift they are to the community, and this is a tremendous program. So thank you, Brenda, for your great leadership in that, and thank you, Wyeth, for overseeing that as well.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say in the airport gift shop, I have no problem with approving the draft copy. I was able to actually take a look at it, read it today, and that was my recommendation, that we change it from approving an agreement to the draft and having you finish it out. So I think that's appropriate. Kevin's done a lot of work. There's sometimes things happen and we need to extend things, so I don't have any problem with that. I did have a question for item 1B, though, for Mike Whitaker on the A&A design. We approved the master plan, I believe it was last week, and so can you confirm, because I did not get a chance to read the A&E contract, I only saw that just tonight when I got here, so I haven't been through it. Can you confirm that the contract we're approving is what we talked about last week, where it's actually going to be narrowing down and focusing what, of that big, huge general master plan, really what is, the next thing the council sees is kind of what their recommendations after talking to public and narrowing it down? Is that how this is working, or are they going to come back to us with the whole plan?
Councilmember Neese, they will be coming back to council twice. In the middle of the process, they will come back to get direction on the facility. Once council gives direction on that facility, then it'll move on and we'll come back with a final concept with a pro forma for the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. As a reminder, the motion is for approval of all of the items on item 1, the consent agenda, with the exception of item 1F and the bills for November 22nd. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes with Councilmember Ewald voting in the negative and Councilmember Brown and also Councilmember Joy abstaining. Or I'm sorry, no, we haven't got to that one yet. Voting in favor. Yeah. All right, we'll move to the first separated item, which was item 1F, sponsorship on the Billings Bench Water Association. My reason for separating that was not to oppose it in any way. I certainly think we need to proceed with it, but I did want to have an opportunity for the council to address any questions to representatives from the Ditch Association, the Billings Bench Water Association. We've got Jim Stott, and I don't know if that's our representative, but Mr. Stott, if you just come to the podium, I just had a question for you. As you know, this spring or summer when we had the leak in the ditch, it was a frightening proposition. The ditch runs above the North Park neighborhood and it is on a steep hill. And if there was a catastrophic breach, that water would come out in a hurry and find its way into the neighborhoods immediately. So if you can just kind of give us a little bit of update on that situation, what's happening, why this is important, but also if you can address what the limits of the association's liability insurance is. And if anything, if you're looking to raise those, depending on what those levels are. But anyway, insurance and a general status report.
So, yeah, I'll give you a quick little update about the Billings Bench Water Association. We started running water in 1904 from east of Laurel to out past Shepherd. In 1904, the city of Billings was a little burb down somewhere. You weren't really our neighbors then. In the past 120 years, the city has built up into us and around us, and it's caused us a lot of headaches. And we spent millions of dollars trying to remedy these situations. One of our big troublesome worry spots is the tunnel, and that's why we're in here asking for your sponsorship on getting a grant to do some general maintenance and repair to this tunnel. I'm sure y'all remember last summer when we had a blockage in the tunnel, and we could have quite possibly flooded the city of Billings out if that hadn't been taken care of. So that's why we're in here today. We're not asking for any money from you. We just want your support. We feel that we need to be partners with the city of Billings and with the county because this ditch needs to run. And there's many other reasons other than the thousands of irrigated acres out to the east of Billings. And I could go on, and I could sit in here and tell you all the advantages of that ditch running through Billings. But there is some liability issues, definitely. And one of the things that bothers us is over the years, the city's annexed property. I mean, we have an easement through there, but the city's annexed all these properties, you know, for developers. These developers come in, and we have places where they built into the toe of our ditch. Yeah, it's their deeded ground, but that's where the toe of our ditch comes down. And when that happens, our ditch is compromised. And that's one thing, I don't want to get off onto it, but I would urge the city on any of these new subdivisions or annexing anything into the city that's close to the ditch, please don't let them build their houses up against the ditch. So we are asking for the sponsorship. This is a grant through the ARPA program that it's not going to take any money away from you guys. The legislature actually set aside $10 million to go toward irrigation districts. We went to the county agreed to sponsor us and with a limit of $500,000 per grant. We went to the county and they've agreed to sponsor us on a lining project so we can line some of these areas that are very crucial or that, you know, we've identified as our highest risk areas. And then the tunnel is what we're asking for your sponsorship for so that we can do general maintenance and repair on that tunnel. Now, with that $500,000, if we get it, and the money we're gonna put towards it, it probably won't get us all the way, but it'll get us a long ways. We have lined that whole area where we had all the problems. We've spent a lot of money in the past few years. It all has new lining in it, but we are concerned about this tunnel area at this time. Our limits of liability, Mayor, to get to that point, we probably need to look towards raising them. I don't know if I've answered all your questions or if you have any.
Do you know what those limits are now?
I believe right now we have a $2 million limit on our liability.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, Councilor Purington?
You mentioned some issues that with the city and annexing the properties, which I suppose now has pretty much already been done.
Yes.
So I don't know if this is a question for Wyeth, but have those been a point of consideration in planning, zoning, as we've moved forward through the years?
Councilmember Purington and Mayor and Council, every time a subdivision comes in for review, whatever the ditch, if there's a ditch that's affected or involved, we send the information out to that ditch company for comments, and we get information and often an easement. If there's not an easement there, an easement then is requested and provided to allow access and such along those ditches. So it's been a pretty standard practice since at least the 20 years almost that I've been here, and before that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, or Councilor Rewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, for you. You got an easement for the ditch. Do you also have a no-dig area that you can exercise past that easement area? Because I can understand if you get below that level of the ditch.
I guess I can't officially speak to that because some of the area that the ditch is on is deeded and we own as it comes through the city, and then others we have 100-foot wide easement. And I really didn't mean to get off onto the, you know, annexing of properties and building into our ditch. I was looking for the sponsorship, of course, today. But, you know, seeing how that came up, I thought I'd touch on it. So I really can't speak to that.
All right.
I think it's personal property and people have the right to do with their property what they want. I mean, that's my personal stance. But I would just encourage the city that as they're adding new developments that are along our ditch or any other ditch to take this into consideration. because dirt ditches seep and leak. That's what they do.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't want to get too far off base. Councilmember Neese,
I'll be abstaining from this issue since I am a ditch customer.
okay, thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Yakowicz and the Councilmember Joy.
Well, I do want to make a motion to approve it first, and then just one last comment.
Go ahead with your motion.
Make the motion to approve item F, sponsorship of the Billings Bench Water Association ARPA grant application to the state of Montana.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Joy. Okay, Councilmember Yakowicz, you had further comment?
Well, just that I really appreciate twice the breach happened in our ward. One was in Meadows, the Meadows area off of Alkali Creek. And you all were very diligent to get in there right away. And I just drove by there last week and you planted trees and you really took care of that. Well, and the neighbors were grateful for what you did. You listened to them. Also, my question though is with the North Park area, and again, you hopped on that quickly. I appreciate that. And just, how is it right now?
The North Park area
Yeah,
or?
one on, right next to the rims. Where was?
No.
Where the tractor fell into the.
Yes, no, we feel that's in really good shape right now. That whole section, which is a big trouble section, has all been lined with HDPE lining in the past 3-4 years. It's a new lining product. So that section of the ditch right now, I mean, you go up there, it looks really good and it should be really good for a number of years. We do have other places of concern that we're trying to get lined, and of course, there's a timber set inside this tunnel. I can't believe that these guys back in 1904 built this irrigation system. It's an amazing feat for the equipment and things they had back then. And that tunnel, an 1,800-foot tunnel through the rims, you know, that's different sections. It is quite amazing, so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor, I think we're done, Jim. Appreciate your help with this. Counselor, are you ready to vote? All right, so the motion is for approval, item 1F. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. With the abstention of Councilmember Dees. Thank you. Our last item on item 1 is item 1M1, bills for November 22nd. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve items 1M1, exception of Council Member Brown.
Brown and Joy. Okay, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ronning. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If in opposition, please say nay. Motion passes with the exception of Council Members Brown and Joy and Councilmember Tricky, who excused himself. That then concludes item number 1 and brings us to our regular agenda item number 2. Denise, would you read item number 2?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution approving the discontinued use of one half of the east-west alley from South 28th Street to South 29th Street. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Councilmember Dees?
I will be abstaining from this as this is my client. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our presenter this evening is our Public Works Director, Debbie Melling. Do you have a PowerPoint? It looks like you do.
I do. So this is an alley discontinuance process. You can see here the area is bounded by North 28th and North 29th between First South and Minnesota. So there's two decisions you have to make tonight. One is whether you allow the discontinuance, and the second one is at what cost. So the first part of this is the discontinuance, and that's different than a vacation from the standpoint that the city will still own that property. It'll still be an alley, but it'll be closed, and I'll go through what their intention is for that alley. It's about 2,800 square feet, and again, you can see here on this map, it's the same as what was on the cover slide. There are two options for cost, and I'll go through the details of this, but there's either at no cost or at some kind of value, and I'll go through the basis of the valuation. So why are they looking at discontinuing this? And the Montana Rescue Mission owns 3 of those parcels of the 4 on this block. They're the 2 on the north side of the alley and then 1 on the west side. So they have a plan to create a campus there. And part of their concern is the safety of the residents or the people that will be in that facility. Because they have the 2 sides of the alley, they have people that the public can access. So this gives them the ability to basically make a secure area. They came to us and wanted to vacate it, and we suggested they discontinue it instead. The reason for that is there's a lot of utilities in that alley. And so we would prefer to maintain that ownership and be able to access those utilities over time. So we did encourage them to come forward with a discontinuance. So basically what it would be is just gating off both ends. And the cost to discontinue. We talked about this for a long time, actually. The use of it, like I said, is gating it. It's not they're not going to put anything in there. They're going to basically gate it for security. It'll still be accessible by us and by other utility companies for those utilities. There are no permanent structures being constructed in the area. And the City Code 22-600, which is the section for discontinuances and vacations, doesn't really give us any guidance on this. So we're on our own when it comes to discontinuances. We really have an option to do anything you wanted to do here. Previous discontinuances, we have had 3 in the last 30 years or so that we can think of, and those have been at no cost. The valuation that was done on this property, as you can see, is just under $7 per square foot, so it would be a total of under $19,000, but that is the valuation of that alley. The other thing I would note here, and I didn't put on here, if they do use that alley for anything, say they put a patio out there, a lot of our encroachments are like a transformer or some stairs or something like that, we could use an encroachment process to charge for that. So that's really the 2 things we need to talk about and discuss. And I can certainly answer questions, and there's a representative from the Rescue Mission here as well.
All right, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman, Member Yakovich and I toured this property pretty good. Is there any issues with the fire department? I don't see that in the literature here.
Right. So we have talked to the fire department, and the fire department has been working with the Rescue Mission and their architect. Really, they had an issue with one pole that was in the area. As you can see, it'll leave a 90-degree turn here. Well, we'll do this one. You can see it'll leave a 90-degree angle on that alley. So really, it was about the turning radius through there, and there was a power pole that was in the way. So we've talked about how to move that so they can get through there. So the fire department with that adjustment was okay with it.
Thank you. Any other questions for Debbie? Councilmember Purington?
You said that there was an encroachment, there could be an encroachment fee. What would that look like?
So with all of our alleys, there are 2 tiers now with our encroachment. So anything that really impacts the land is a tier 2 encroachment. Anything that's a tier 1 is, say, an underground cable or something. So if they wanted to put a staircase out there, we would look at a tier 2 encroachment for that square footage. And we would do that administratively like we do for other alleys.
Any idea what that would amount to?
The way we are with tier 2 right now is $2 per square foot. The last time we were here to council, the discussion was we wanted to get to about half of the appraised value, I think is the ultimate goal for that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewell?
Thank you, Mayor. They're going to barricade it off. What are they going to use for barricades?
At this time, I believe it's gated, but yep, it's gated.
So there's somebody at the rescue mission all the time, so they could have keys for the gate for a fire department if they have to get in there. Okay.
And we would work with access on that. We would want 24-hour access. We have facilities in there as well for public works.
Fire department could probably have a key to the gates also,
Yep.
so that would make it acceptable for the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for Debbie? This is a public hearing, so we'll, if there's nothing else for Debbie, we will open it up for public hearing before continuing our discussion. So this is your opportunity to be heard on item number 2. Would anybody like to be heard?
Matt Lundgren, 2902 Minnesota Avenue. I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director of the Rescue Mission. I just want to thank members of council for coming and touring the site and taking a look at things. I would strongly encourage you to help us out with this. As was said by our city engineer, it's really important for us to keep the guests that come to us for shelter safe. And if we can keep the alley with gates that, the firemen all carry bolt cutters so they can get in anytime they want, but they're gates so they can get through. If we can keep it gated, the building to the south, we're going to be using for our life change programming, such as mental health therapy, substance abuse counseling, a child care center, also a lounge for our people to go, for somewhere to be and hang out. We really don't want someone, let's say a drug dealer, to be able to get into our property and stop someone on their way to the recovery group and sell them drugs, or a pimp to get in and try to lure someone back into prostitution. Really, this discontinuance is vital to securing the safety of the women, the children, and also the men that we serve who are trying to exit homelessness. So thank you very much for considering this. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Matt, question? Councilmember Riegel?
Yes, Mayor. So these barricades you're talking about, these gates, these are going to be tall and like jail bars so people can't get through them?
Yeah, my architect is here, but he could answer perhaps better, but we're talking about an 8-foot chain link fence with a bolt, a chain and a lock. Does that sound about right? Chain link. Yeah.
Okay.
Just like surrounding any power station or anything else in town.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Matt, another question, I think, from Councilor Tricky.
Are there fire exits on that side of the building?
There are fire exits all over the building, but there's other ways to get out through the alley. If you were to look that's not the best picture, but there's lots of ways to exit, and there'll be emergency ways to exit in the fenced area. You can get out, but you can't get in. Does it make sense?
Okay.
Kind of like the Roach Motel. You can get out, but you can't get in.
Thank you.
All righty. Any other public comment on item number 2? Please come forward if you would like to comment on item number 2. No other public comment. We'll close public comment period. Back to council. Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor. I'd like to make a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution approving the discontinued use of one half of the east-west alley from South 28th Street to South 29th Street at no cost.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Shaw. So that is the motion before you, council. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Purinton.
The question that I have too is that we were talking about police and fire, but with this being an outdoor area, what about ambulance service? Because they're not going to have access to the keys, I suppose.
Debbie, if you can address that.
Sure, I think that becomes an operational issue to some extent. When the ambulance arrives, if they need to have them access the back, I'm assuming whoever's managing that or is called 911 will probably help them. So I think it's operational.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval. Any further discussion? Councilmember Yakovich?
Well, it just interesting. I went by there yesterday and there were some kids in the lot kicking a piece of ice. It's one thing, it's just a lot of safety with mom and a kid in the alley like that. So that's number one. And the organization served, I had just checked on 100,000 meals, and 1,000 people they've helped unduplicated people this year, and 20,000 bed nights, 20,000 bed nights, averaging 160 people a night now. And they have their emergency room taking 10 to 20 people now. So, and they're providing food for, I understand now, for the St. Vincent Salvation Army. They come in and can grab food for their own food program. And so there's a lot of partnershiping going on there. So I think it's just, I appreciate the council's support on helping them out. They help the city out.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly speak to the motion and thank MRM, but also thank staff for bringing this project to us. I think at the city level, we don't really have a lot of we don't have any funding to help our local nonprofits out. And so when we can come up with creative ways to do that, like this, or I'm thinking of the example in the Heights where we leased, the land around Oasis so they could build a park up there. I think these are really great key partnerships, and I hope we see more of this.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. The vote is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation on item number 2. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If in opposition, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. With the exception of Councilmember Neese, who abstained. Next item, item number 3. Denise, would you read item number 3?
Public hearing and resolution establishing business license fees for marijuana-related businesses. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before you tonight is the resolution on the marijuana business license fee. I presented to you on December 6th at a work session. And at that work session, you directed staff to work on a flat fee as well as reconvene the marijuana subcommittee, as I've termed it. I don't know, we officially named ourselves. And that group got together on the 7th, the next day, and drafted up the resolution that's in front of you. We added costs, some additional costs for legal review and administration. We also were able to reduce the lottery cost slightly after discussing with our auditors, who gave us a proposal to review that if needed. Those combined changes made the estimated total cost just under $71,000. It was right around $68,000, if you remember. And then we added an application fee for the licensed, or we got application and license fee for transportation that will have storage of product in Billings. Last time I had recommended that at $55, but after the committee discussed the possibility of warehousing in city limits, we thought it appropriate to add a tier for that as well. So that brings the resolution in front of you tonight. It has a non-refundable application fee of $350, an annual license fee for all types at $3,950. The application fee, if they are successful at getting a license that first year, would be credited towards that amount, so it wouldn't be on top of that. And then transport only with no storage, this would be delivery only, would be at $55. And with that, we'll answer any questions. A reminder, this is a public hearing.
Thank you very much. Councilor Rewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, you had the annual fee up there of $39.50, I believe. That's set in stone, or is this fluctuating? Like, if we find out it costs more, the next year it's going to go up? Is that going to be or if we don't use that much, it goes down?
Mayor, Council, Councilmember Ewald, because this is a resolution, it takes one action of council at a public hearing to change, and our anticipation is that we would certainly monitor this and probably make adjustments in the years to come, up or down regardless.
And would that be on an annual basis, or?
Yeah, I would likely assume so, right around budget time when we're doing all other fees. So probably not this next one in 6 months, but probably a year and a half from now.
Okay, thanks, Andy.
Thank you. Councilmember Purinton?
Just a quick question on the limited transport. Will that be that will be one separate license, so when they apply for that, they're basically saying, we are not storing. And then there will be another license that said, yes, we're going to transport, but we will also have storage or warehousing.
Yeah, Councilmember Purinton, the distinction comes down to storing and warehousing. Because there's requirements for security systems and that they're in place. And so there are going to be more code enforcement and review requirements for those folks who have a physical location to store marijuana.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So it is a separate license. They're two separate licenses.
Correct.
But yet they will still have to have code enforcement to make sure that that's what they're doing, in fact.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
I would not anticipate many, if any, transport-only licenses.
Okay, Andy, will you have to develop some internal policies to try to define the line between those? I don't know if that line will be crystal clear, or you'll have to develop some policy.
Yeah, we are working on all of that currently, but certainly there'll be some ability to discern which is which, I think.
Okay, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, you may have said this, I missed it, but so the 350 is the non-refundable application fee. So as the limited transport, that's going to be 350 plus 55, so a little over $400, and they can do the limited transportation. Is that correct?
On that one, I wouldn't anticipate the $350 fee, but, certainly.
Don't they have to go through the same background process as any other marijuana business?
They do, but there won't be, a lot of that cost is bore by code enforcement and building inspection and fire, which doesn't exist if they don't have the warehouse.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little concerned. So this was the transportation, this limited transportation just came up, I think, the last meeting we had on this. And then when we discussed it in our committee, I was surprised to see it again here as being recommended, because I didn't think we were going to move forward with that. But I'm concerned about what the mayor said about the policies. I mean, we as a council haven't even discussed policies about a limited. It seems like it's kind of new, because the state law has one license for transportation, which includes all of it, correct?
Correct. If council would prefer to get rid of that and just incorporate all transport in one transport license, that's certainly possible.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Director Zeller, to go off of that question, my understanding with the limited transport is that it would be likely a medical marijuana dispensary that is able to then deliver to their customers, but they would already have to go through the whole background process to be established. I can't really think of a scenario in which what other limited transport would be other than warehousing. Is that correct? I just want to make it clear that we aren't trying to skimp on it, and I really don't want to throw all of that into a really expensive transporting license, because I think a dispensary should be allowed to pay $55 and deliver to their patients.
Councilmember Shaw, my understanding is that if they have the dispensary license, they are able to deliver their own product. If they subcontract with somebody to provide that delivery service, that's where I would envision that limited transport only. They would pick it up at a dispensary and deliver it to a licensed patient.
Okay, anything else for Andy? Don't see any, so we'll open up for public comment. This is the public hearing then on item number 3, the marijuana-related business license structure. If you'd like to be heard, please come forward. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address up front. Is there any public comment on item number 3? Any public comment, item number 3? Do not see any, so we will close the public hearing. Back to council. Further discussion or motion, council? Councilmember Roddy?
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution establishing business license fees for marijuana-related businesses as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Yakowicz. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Joy?
I'll withhold it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. One of the things I've spoke about before is that I felt like the council, we haven't really established a policy. We have been put in a position of having to come up with regulations for a new industry, in a sense, a new industry for us as regulators. And we haven't had a lot of time in order to do that. But one of the shortfalls I feel by not having a policy is that we have no objective measures of whether we're achieving our policy goals. And that really can lead to many ad hoc decisions and unintended consequences. I think setting a policy would have made it clear what we actually wanted to achieve. So if we have an administrative cost, the administrative costs are there to recover 100% of the fees are there to recover 100% of the costs. Will this be accomplished if there are only a few applications? this was a question that was asked. We will find out the answer after we have done this. If there are very few applications, we will not be able to recover those costs. So how then do we regard our policy? Since we haven't made one, is our policy to discourage legitimate, legal cannabis business or to encourage? And I think if we had come to see this as a policy decision, we would actually then be able to incentivize or disincentivize what we're trying to achieve. But we have no objective measures to achieve that because we have no policy which has no outcome goals. So I think if we wanted to achieve a value of protecting the safety and well-being of our community, one of those ways that we do that is through regulation. These regulations would be central to how we achieve that goal of safety and, and well-being for our community. And those regulations, if we had that goal and we had a policy that had a measured outcome, the regulations would have to take into account the economics of this industry. So I don't know how the fee was, I know how the fee was arrived at. It is to recover 100% of the administrative costs. But I feel very concerned that this is a process that without a policy and without some outcomes and without some goals and without some measures is really might achieve some unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Denise and Councilmember Shaw, or Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. So I was part of the committee, and I have really struggled with the cost of these licenses and my fear that we're going to price out all, small providers, which I've never heard council express that as a goal, but I think that is one of the unintended consequences that we are facing. So I was prepared to come here tonight and maybe, make a stand for that, and then we don't have a single person show up for public comment. So I guess that tells me that the industry is okay with this. They're not here, which I was expecting. So for that reason, I will support this tonight. And my hope is that we can lower these costs going forward, but time will tell. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning and Boyette. Councilmember Boyette.
I was also on that committee, and we're not trying to get a whole person. We're only getting a part of a person out of the $70,000. And the bottom line is, I wouldn't vote for this if we weren't able to change it going forward. The bottom line is, in a year with staff telling us what happened, what they've been monitoring, we'll be able to know whether the application fees are exorbitant or they're nothing. So $3,900 to do a brand new business may be a little bit too much, I don't know, but let's try it for a year, let's monitor it, and come back again. Well, most of us will be here and say, is this a good deal or not a good deal, and we can change it. That's really the bottom line.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say much the same as Councilmember Boyette. I was on the committee also, and thank you to the staff that did a lot of research and a lot of work. Karen is not here, Karen Tracy's not here, but Andy and the rest of the staff and Gina and Karen Tracy did so much work on this. And one of the things that we learned in the committee is that these prices may feel high for Billings because our typical business license is $55, which is an ancient fee that needs to be really brought up to a better standard anyway. But the reality is, for this type of a license in any other state, this is cheap. In any other state, what we were able to determine is that these licenses are extraordinarily expensive. And rightfully so, because there are costs that go with this business. Anyway, I just want to commend the staff and the recommendations and the work that was done. There was a lot of thought and a lot of work put into it, and just like what Councilmember Boyette said, it's a resolution that can be changed as the process goes forward. So Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comment, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. And I was on the committee as well, and I think there was a lot of work done on it. I think we really tried to make these fees, really recover the costs. And I think we did the best we can. And I think, like you say, we'll revisit in a year. My only concern is this limited transport came in at the last minute. We were talking about transportation, which always envisioned the storage, and now this has been thrown in the last minute. So I guess because I don't think should be on there. I think in the committee we talked about it should have been left at the same amount. So I'll make an amendment to the motion to remove the limited transportation from the fee schedule and not have a limited transportation until council at another time can then discuss the policy and bring it forward as a limited transportation license.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend Councilmember Roning's motion so as to eliminate the $55 limited transport fee. So if anybody was involved with transportation, they would need to get the full transportation license at $39.50.
Anyone who is not an employee of the business, owner-employee of the business, because their businesses can still do all the transportation.
Yeah, anybody who has to have the license. Right. Okay. Okay, if the motion is clear, is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Okay, discussion now on the proposed amendment. Discussion, Councilmember Yakovich.
Well, I wasn't on the committee, so thank you for serving on the committee. And I do rely on committees to, if there's a big issue, to give me a call. I didn't get a call. So, I'm dependent on you then. You're on the committee, and Mr. Boyette made this motion. So I'm dependent on the committee to say this is a good idea, right? So that's, yeah, and I thank you for your work on that, but I would have hoped that would have been discussed already before when the committee comes here. So that didn't happen, sound like it didn't happen. But if the committee in general is feeling that way is good, then I'll support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Ronning, Councilmember Trickey.
I would say that it did happen. And that this was actually discussed and was put forward to city staff. That's how it appeared on there. So I won't support the motion because it was discussed, and we did move that forward in giving direction to city staff. City staff didn't just put it up there. It was put forward in the committee.
Councilmember Trickey and Councilmember Brown.
I will also point out this is a very different type of business than the other types of businesses that are here. We're talking about something that is equivalent to like an Uber driver, someone who basically is just using their car and their spare time in order to make a little bit extra money in order to do it. Putting a licensing fee at $4,000 totally makes it impossible for that type of person to take on that job. So no, I cannot support this.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess that almost was my question. Can a guy get a state license for transportation and then do like a DoorDash, an Uber, whatever? You're right, that cost, they couldn't do it. I mean, they just flat couldn't do it. And I don't know what the options are, so maybe there is a little more research. Right now, I'm sure DoorDash is not gonna probably
And
do that.
can you comment on, call it regular driver's ability to?
Mayor, if I may, I believe Councilmember Neese is correct. The state does only have one transport license, so anybody would have to get the state fee, which is substantial. It's in the thousands. I can't recall offhand. I want to say 2,000, and it's every other year, but I could be wrong. So they would be required to get that as well, regardless of which tier or which limited transport or regular transport they were in. So it's still probably cost prohibitive to somebody who wanted to make a little bit extra cash, like an Uber driver.
Okay, so in any event, that Uber driver has to be state licensed.
Correct. They still would have to get a state license.
Okay. Gina wants to comment.
Just to clarify, you're all talking about Uber drivers and delivery of that sort. I just want to make clear there is a prohibition in the statutes that don't allow delivery for adult use, recreational users. Delivery is only allowed for the medical marijuana.
Okay, thank you. So Gina said deliveries are only allowed for medical marijuana by state statute, not for recreational adult use marijuana. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Again, is the amendment clear? It's to eliminate the $55 limited transport option. Are we ready to vote? Councilmember Yakovich?
I'm not clear, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It sounds like the committee wasn't clear as well. So if we remove it, then what happens? Then we're going to come back and look at it later? Is that the idea? Or
No, my understanding is that if you had a state transportation license, because you were involved in any transportation, you would also need, on top of that, to have the $3,950 city transportation license. And nobody's disagreeing with that, and the movement was nodding his head, so I guess that's the intent of the motion. Okay, are we prepared to vote? Okay, so this is the vote purely on the amendment to eliminate the $55 option. If in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. If voting in opposition, say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it, but so we have a clear record. If voting in favor, please, of the amendment, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Council members Deese, Ewald, Boyette, and Brown. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council members Shaw, Yakovich, Joy, Cole, Tariki, Purrington, and Broding. Back to the original motion for approval of the staff recommendations. Councilmember Tariki.
I won't beat this dead horse for very long, but I do need to say that once again, what we're doing here is essentially a de facto policy of trying to keep the black market for cannabis in place and not allowing a legitimate business in a legitimate industry for cannabis in Billings to come out. From the very beginning, I have been saying that you go back to 1972 when marijuana was putting it down as a Schedule I drug. The White House Commission that was put together to look at this did not recommend making marijuana a Schedule I drug. They recommended legalizing it. And all of the research, and in fact, the research that we saw today, that we saw when we came in here to sit down and do these findings on this, did not overturn any of that. All of that stuff was correlational. It was not causative. And the last thing I want to say is that over and over again in this conversation, we have heard that marijuana is a gateway drug. Well, you know what? From a biological perspective, caffeine is a gateway drug. Every drug that's out there has an effect that causes people to do other drugs. Can. But the actual impact of that is incredibly small. You know, yes, we heard from a DEA agent who came in here and said, I am talking about whether or not I would support this and why we shouldn't be supporting it and what's going on.
I do try to bring back to the fee structure as much as you can. Go ahead.
Well, the point that I'm making is that we do not have a reason to be imposing these large fees on the industry in and of itself. And the comment that I was making is that the DEA agent who came in here and said that, yes, it's a gateway drug, she said because she had asked a whole bunch of different people who were already using other drugs, did they start with marijuana? Yes, they did. Did she ask the millions of people who have not gone on to other drugs whether or not they went on to other drugs? Millions of people use marijuana on a regular basis and they do not go on to other drugs. So in summary, I just want to say that once again, what we are doing is we are legislating from fear and we are causing people who are trying to start small businesses here in our community to not be able to do that over the next year. So I cannot support this any more than I supported any of the other resolutions and ordinances and zoning that we have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Deese.
I really have trouble with supporting this, but I can support this if I understand. If I'm reading through this, I read through resolution, I see the application fee is $350. It does not say that it is not charged on the limited license. And so if it's charged on the limited license, then I can support this. Is there anything in here that says that is not being charged unlimited license? It's an application fee, so I'm assuming it's for all marijuana businesses. The application fee is $350, and then you pay the next fee of $55. That's what's being presented to us.
And if you can comment, and it begs the obvious question, if that is not the intent of staff and the committee, whether you want an amendment to clarify one way or another, so it's crystal clear. But Andy?
Mayor and council, upon reading it, it does not appear that there would be, or it does appear that the $350 fee would apply to that. My impression from the committee meeting, as well as my intent, was that it would not, but it is not crystal clear in the resolution.
And I'll go ahead and support it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Boyette. Okay, you're calling the question? Okay, so we'll now vote on whether to vote, and we'll need a 2/3 vote of whatever it is, 7. Somebody can do the math. I forget, it's 8. Okay, if ready to proceed to the vote, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council Members Yakowicz, Neese, Ewalt, Chiriky, Purington, Boyette, and Brown, which I believe is 7, if I counted correctly. Was anybody else keeping track? Yes. Okay, if you're voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council Members Shaw, Joy, Cole, and Ronning. So that's 4 to 7. So we're 1 short. So we'll continue the discussion. The reason I voted against it, I just wanted to know whether we wanted to clarify this this document. Councilmember, was there anybody who wants to address that issue, specifically make a motion one way or another? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you, and I guess I would ask Gina, because I would make that motion if that's.
Depending on which way you want it to go, yeah.
So would the motion be that I would be amending my own motion?
You know, I guess you could make a friendly amendment if the person who made the second went along with it.
Yes,
Gina, do you agree?
You'd have to get the permission of the second to amend your motion.
And then the other question I have for you is, do I have to give the exact language for which we would change that resolution?
It would be best, yes.
That's what I thought. Go for it. Yeah, I got to think about that for a moment. But I would like to make a friendly motion that we correct that in the resolution, because that was not the intent of the committee.
Point of order. The document before us is actually, as stated by the presenter, includes it, and so that would need the actual amendment to the motion. And
that's where we're going.
That's where we're
going. Doing a friendly amendment actually just doesn't require a vote of the council. It needs to be an official amendment so that we can vote on whether or not we actually want to make that change.
Yeah, I think I agree with Councilmember Neese. This is substantive enough. So if you want to just make the formal motion, though,
okay.
just clarify you're making the amendment to clarify that the $350 application fee either is or is not applicable to the $55 limited transport license.
That's my motion.
But it was a choice. Do you intend that it be or that it not be?
Yeah, so that the $350 application fee is not applicable to the limited transportation license.
Okay, so the motion is made by Councilmember Ronning, clarify that the document would be clarified to exclude the $55 transport fee, which is consistent with the usual license fee. Would not, the $350 would not apply to that. Councilmember Shaw made the second. Now, discussion on that proposed amendment. Is there discussion on that proposed amendment before we proceed to a vote? Clear? Councilmember Brown is struggling. Is it because of the merits or because the motion is unclear? Councilmember Brown?
No, the motion is clear.
Okay.
The motion's clear.
Okay, so if the motion is clear, if in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the proposed amendment are Councilmembers Shaw, Joy, Cole, Chiriky, Purington, Ronning, and Boyette. which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, correct? If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Yakowicz, Neese, Ewalt, and Brown. Did I miss somebody's vote?
It was 7-4.
You got everybody? Okay, 7-4. Okay, so the motion passes 7-4. So now the underlying motion has been amended to clarify the $350 application fee does not apply to a $55 limited transport license. We have the amended motion before you. Any further discussion on the amended motion before we move to a vote? Do not see any. So all in favor of the now amended motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the amended motion are council members Shaw, Yakowicz, Ewalt, Cole, Purington, Ronning, Boyette, and Brown. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Neese, Joy, and Tariki. Motion passes 8-3. That concludes then item number 3. Thank you very much for the discussion. Brings us to item number 4. Denise, would you read item number 4?
Public hearing and first reading an ordinance amending Billings, Montana City Code, BMCC, Article 7-1800, Cable System Franchise. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. I just wanted to bring back hopefully our final cable issue for the year and maybe for the next 10 to 15 years. You passed the charter competitive cable franchise last week on second reading, and I just wanted to come back with 2 housekeeping amendments to the TDS competitive cable franchise that you passed in April, which I had used as a template when negotiating the charter franchise. Basically, I found 2 errors that I want to rectify tonight. And you received a staff council memo. If you have any, I'm happy to explain that to you. If you understand those, then I would just ask for any questions that you have.
Council, you've had the opportunity to read the memo. Are there any other questions, though, for Stacy? Stacy, for the benefit of the public who has not probably read our memo, we just give the 3 or 4 sentence description of those 2 minor text changes.
The city wants to keep the competitive cable franchises for Charter and for TDS Metrocom to be substantially equal. And so tonight, we found 2 errors in the TDS template that we had used. Actually, while negotiating with Charter, Charter actually brought the first error to my attention and to TDS's attention, and that is that gross revenues, when a cable franchise comes in, they have subscribers, and the city of Billings gets up to we get 5% of the gross revenue of a cable franchise in the community every year. And so, but one of those, what we want to make sure in terms of the definition of gross revenue is that it does not include public, educational, and governmental fees. Those fees are required by the city to be collected by each of these cable franchises from their subscribers. At this point, those fees are set at 25 cents a subscriber. Those fees are then used for our access channel, Community 7, for instance, to televise here. And those fees can only be used, however, for capital expenses. So it can be used for a car that Community 7 uses to go around.
I think that we get that we're just excluding those government fees.
But I want to segue into that because what's important here is that those PEG fees can only be used for capital expenses. They can't be used for salaries of Community 7 employees, for instance. And so when we were negotiating these 2 franchises, the competitive cable providers wanted to make sure that there was an ability to have some sort of oversight that they were collecting 25 cents per subscriber, and those fees were being used per the federal mandate only for capital expenses. That made sense. And so we enacted this oversight whereby they could ask for the community access, basically the city. We contract with Community 7. But what they can do now is have 1 year to be able to make sure that we're using those subscribers' fees for only capital costs. But we want to make sure that it only goes back to 1 year as opposed to my mistake where the apostrophe was for years. Does that make sense? Okay.
I think so. Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so we'll ask for any public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 4? Do not see any, so we'll close the public comment period on item number 4. Back to council. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance amending Articles 71800 BMCC as recommended by staff, including the corrections explained by city staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Motion is for approval. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. You know, I mentioned earlier that sometimes we don't always get to see the results of the votes, and sometimes things that we vote on don't seem like super sexy type things. But this is really significant for our community that we now have some competition within our community in regard to cable services. And this is really exciting for the city of Billings, I think, and for especially the customers that use cable services. So this is one of those things I think is a really big deal that has been done in the last 4 years. So really want to credit City Council for that and city staff, and welcome aboard to the new businesses coming to Billings. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Yakovich?
Just real quick, good to see that she's feeling better. I know that she wasn't feeling well at one point. And it's a good example that it's nice to have smart people on staff. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Again, the motion is for approval, consistent with staff recommendation on item 4. If voting in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If voting in opposition, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 5. Denise, would you read item number 5?
CDBG CV and CDBG allocations to parks projects up to $1 million. Community Development Board and Parks, Recreation, and Cemetery Board recommend approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of CD Board and Parks, Recreation, and Cemetery Board's recommendation.
Pam is our presenter tonight.
Thank you. My name is Tam Roedier, and I'm a program coordinator in the city's Community Development Division. And I don't usually get to do this, so I'm a little nervous, so I hope you guys will be patient and nice to me as we go forward.
Perfect.
Okay. So I'm really excited to be here today and to be able to discuss some proposed park improvements with you that will be wonderful in our community. So we'll start by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. We have federal funding available, just over $1.2 million. So those funds need to be used to prevent, prepare for, or respond to coronavirus. They must primarily be used for low-income individuals and families in our community, and we have to avoid duplication of other local, state, or federal services or support. And if we don't, we have to repay those funds. Okay, so of those $1.2 million, we have about $700,000 in allocations from SLOW programs that we run in community development. For instance, housing rehab and the foreclosure acquisition rehab program. And revenue received from loan repayments through today, that comes to about $700,000. So back in June, the city council approved awards to the Downtown Billings Association and the Salvation Army for some projects using CDBG CV funds. So we have about $550,000 left. Okay? So I think many of us have been affected by the pandemic in lots of different ways. So in the parks, these are just a few of the things that have happened in the parks. So 41% increase in pools, 35% in summer program participation, 25% in summer recreation programs, 15% in heritage trail use through Pioneer Park, 12% in trail usage citywide, and 5% increase in park shelter rentals. So, oh, and that didn't come out very good, did it? That is weird. So I'm going to back up a little bit. So the housing rehab program basically is slowed to a complete standstill. Could be a result of the pandemic. They didn't want contractors in their house. There could be lots of other reasons that that might have happened. The foreclosure moratorium meant that where there's no foreclosed properties available for the city to purchase and rehab and sell to first-time homebuyers. Then a combination of low interest rates and high housing sales prices are enticing people to sell their home when they may have gotten a first-time home buyer loan or a housing rehab loan, so those loans are being repaid. So we also have some looming expenditure deadlines with CDBG. So in light of that, we met with the Parks Department and looked at 8 different parks that are in low-income areas. So if you see the kind of yellow shaded areas throughout that map, those are low-income areas in the city of Billings. So the large blue dots are the parks that we're proposing improvements to. Okay? So the CD board, after the applications that were received back in May, and we funded those, there was about the $550,000 left. The CD board, there were several members that really wanted to do improvements in the parks because so many people were doing things in the parks, exercising, walking, riding their bikes, all those things that they were doing. So CD board members and staff toured several parks and came up with a list of eligible activities that would qualify for CDBG CV funds. So on November 10th, November 2nd, the CD board prioritized those and we brought those to the Parks, Recreation, and Cemetery Board on November 10th. The Parks Board recommended unanimously to forward those recommendations to you for approval. On December 7th, the CD board finalized the recommendations, and that's what's brought us here today. So I'd like to go through a few of the improvements that we're thinking about doing. So we propose replacing the existing restroom at North Park, and that would be a new 4-room unit, touchless features, and a 12-month water fountain. The North Park Center, making some accessibility improvements and airflow improvements in the facility, adding an adult exercise pod and equipment to North Park. And then there's some tripping hazards along the main path that goes through the park that we would like to widen that path and take care of some of those tripping hazards. And we'd like to put a new shelter near the new adult exercise area and playground. Moving on to Pioneer Park. Pioneer Park, if you've been in that restroom, you probably have undoubtedly seen that it's not in very good shape. Many of you may have gotten emails from a CD board member who thinks this is a very needed improvement there. So we'd like to make some restroom repairs and some upgrades and make them touchless features there to help with lessen the spread of coronavirus. The Zimmerman Center makes some accessibility improvements to the center. And then the Heritage Trail section that goes through Pioneer Park, you can see the condition of that trail there on the right. So we'd like to make improvements to that section of the trail. Comanche Park, the playground there, you can see just barely a swing set on the far side, and the slide there. Those are the remaining two pieces of playground equipment that remain at Comanche Park. So my understanding is, and Mike can correct me, my understanding is when there's been needed repairs or maintenance, that they didn't have the funding to do that, so they simply removed those features from the playground. So those are the only two remaining parts of the playground that are at Comanche Park. So we'd like to add a brand new playground and add some ADA accessible parking spots and a walkway to the new playground. One other thing you'll see at the top of this list is the Wi-Fi. We propose adding free public Wi-Fi in all 8 parks. And you'll see a column for CDBG, and below that it says as much as possible by April of 2022. So we have an expenditure deadline that's looming in the near term. So anything in that column would help us meet that expenditure deadline that's coming up. The CDBG CV, that expenditure deadline is June of 2024. So all of these costs are very rough and preliminary cost estimates. The city will be going through the city and the federal procurement process. There will be an agreements for each park and each type of funding source. So these are very preliminary costs. So I ran through that very fast, but I'd be happy to answer any questions or give you more information if you'd like.
Thank you very much, Tam. I'm sure there'll be some questions from council members. Don't prove me wrong. Councilmember Purington. I thought that was a fairly safe bet.
Just a quick question, and it probably Mike can address this better, Tam, but what is the probability of meeting that first column by that deadline of April? Because I noticed there was some playground equipment that was to be, I suppose, ordered.
Well, yeah, it depends on how quickly we can get things moving and how, if you order it today, what's the expected arrival date of that equipment, if we have contractors to put it in. So all of that would have to be worked out. But I think many of those things could be accomplished. For instance, the Wi-Fi could likely be accomplished very soon.
Wi-Fi, or Tam, on that same question, does it have to be completed or only begun by that April date?
So there would be agreements for each park and for each funding source. So for instance, in North Park, there could be 2 separate agreements, one for the CDBG and one for the CV. And then as much as we can expend before that April 22nd deadline would be very helpful to our program.
Okay, so you don't get credit for what you haven't done, even if you've started it?
Correct.
Okay.
So all of these contracts are on a reimbursement basis. So once the equipment is ordered, if we have an invoice and the agreement has been signed, then yes, we could reimburse that amount. Brenda, she's nodding.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Are these total costs, or are these, you're asking for contributions as well? I just asked because it seems like every time we talk parks, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars to do anything.
Yeah, we've worked.
Pretty good deals there.
Yes, Councilmember Brown, we've worked with the Parks Department. We have fairly good rough estimates based on, for instance, the four bathrooms that went in at Centennial Park. That's where we got that quote from because that's a relatively recent thing. And they provided us with pretty close information on shelters and playgrounds. So we think we're pretty close, but it would have to go through the regular procurement process.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I had a lot of questions about this. The first thing I read this and I thought about, when I first read Wi-Fi at the parks, it just didn't fit for me because I go to the parks to play with the kids and do things, and I just never thought about Wi-Fi at the parks. And then I thought about the issue that when they opened up Wi-Fi at the library, a few years ago, and there was a lot of conflict there, and it just kind of brought kind of concerning issues about having Wi-Fi in our parks with the kids hanging around there. and that. So I wasn't sure if that was a policy decision made by the Parks Department if that was something planned long ago that we wanted to put Wi-Fi throughout the parks, or that was something just because we got money to spend, hey, let's throw Wi-Fi in some of the parks. Is that?
Councilmember Neese, you might remember that in the fall of 2020, we did coronavirus survey and a coronavirus service provider survey. One of the very top issues that was brought up in both of those surveys was low-income community members did not have adequate access to the internet or to apply for services for grants as a result of the pandemic. So putting public Wi-Fi in the parks, for instance, at North Park, if we have it near the Zimmerman Center, they could pull into the parking lot, connect on their cell phone or their laptop from the parking lot to do, say, a doctor's appointment online. So if they don't have Wi-Fi access, they can't afford access at their home, we're trying to get more access out to the community.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Councilor Neese?
But couldn't they just pull up also to Parks Community Center and get it there, or to the library, or a lot of other different community centers that have the Wi-Fi?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mayor, I have another question, unless someone else
Okay,
wants to
go
ask
ahead.
a question. So, and this is actually maybe for Mike Whitaker, because one of the things that when we talked about putting some playground equipment up in the Heights, and we had the Castle Rock master plan, we didn't have the master plan approved by City Council. There was some of the items that we wanted in there were not in the master plan. And it came pretty clear from staff that we don't do amendments or amenities, we don't add amenities to parks unless it's in the master plan. And I guess the question I have when I looked at this, the other item I looked at was the adult exercise equipment. I know the Castle Rock master plan had the, in the master plan for adult exercise equipment, kind of a trail and stop and exercise. Kevin did email me the master plan for North Park. We looked on it, there's not really written documents, a picture, but you couldn't see anything in there about equipment pods or anything like that. So Mike, can you explain how we have a policy that we have to, follow the master plans, but we're seeing now a request to not follow the master plan?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. From our perspective, a master plan is a guiding document. One thing about locating or adult exercise equipment adjacent to a playground, you're encouraging the parents to stay on site while their children are on the playground to better supervise their kids. So we see it as an amenity, like you would even have benches around a playground to encourage parents to stay. If we did not have a playground and we're just locating exercise equipment, I would definitely agree with you. We should look at doing a master plan update, get community input, but we see this as an addition to the playground.
Quick follow-up on that. So
Okay, finally, then
is
we'll
the
move on.
Comanche master plan, has that been updated? Because I couldn't find that on the website either.
Councilmember Neese, the older parks, most of them don't have a master plan. We were real fortunate to finally find the master plan at North Park. That was completed in, I think, 1977, but older parks don't. I don't think Comanche has it.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Ronnie?
Thank you. So this isn't a public hearing.
It is not, that's correct.
Are you ready for a motion, or do you want to?
Anytime if you'd like.
Okay. I move to approve CDBG-CV and CDBG allocations to parks projects up to $1 million as recommended by the CD Board and Parks, Recreation, and Cemetery Board.
Second, Councilmember Triki. Okay, so we do have a motion for approval before us. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Ronning, Councilmember Triki.
Thank you. Mike and Board Tam. Tam, you did an awesome job. Welcome to City Council. You did a fantastic job. I just think this is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And Mike, I've been a broken record with you for 4 years to see additional things like senior equipment and adult equipment in parks. I think this is outstanding. I love the fact that we are a city that recognizes that being low income is hard, and we shouldn't make it harder. We should actually make it better and easier to access things like Wi-Fi. We should make it better and easier to access our parks and make our parks more welcoming. So I'm really grateful to see that and really proud of Billings and your board for doing that. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Turkey, you had your hand up?
Yes, yes, I would echo those comments from Councilmember Ronning. I also wanted to say a couple of additional things about Wi-Fi in parks. Having been one of the things that anything that will draw additional people to the park makes the park that much more populated, more people being in there, more friendly for people to be there. And I absolutely applaud the notion of Wi-Fi in parks, as well as the, making it available for the neighborhood as well. But I mean, as someone who does a lot of work with these fill-in-the-blank things, I have often felt wanted to work in a park, but needed internet access in order to do it. So thank you for putting that in there.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Tam, I just will comment really more for the benefit of the council, I suppose. I, in a phone message left for you, expressed the desire to see the future development, or at least looking into the possible future development of another possible park downtown. We don't have any downtown green space. I was debating with the assistant city administrator this morning whether the city of Billings owns a blade of grass anywhere downtown at street level, other than the weeds that are come up through parking lots and things where they shouldn't be. And we couldn't come up with one. I'm confident there is one.
So, Mayor, just a correction, you didn't say at ground level when we were arguing, so.
Well, that's true. He was saying, or Wyeth was saying that on top of the transport center, there's a rooftop garden. So if you're a pigeon, there's plenty of grass for you. And so the park, or the alleyway on the north side of Park 3 on 29th Street, to me, is a great place for a future urban dog park with canine grass. But that's not part of this development, but I just put in a little pitch, if magically money is not used by this, to keep that in mind, I guess. But okay. Further discussion, though, on the actual motion. Councilmember Rewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. As a representative of the Heights, I'm kind of looking this over, and am I looking at this right, that out of this $1 million, Heights gets $5,000?
There are 3 low-income area parks in the Heights. There's Uinta Park, there's Arrowhead Park, and there is Clevenger Park. Clevenger Park is primarily softball and baseball, and not many other users the rest of the year. Arrowhead Park correct me, Mike, if I'm incorrect here, but I believe they're scheduled to get a playground within the next year or so. And Uinta Park is a park maintenance district area that the community pays for the park maintenance district, and it's right on the edge of the community Castle Rock Park. So the Parks Department, when we discussed the parks, the low-income parks in the Heights, they were the ones that suggested that Arrowhead Park Arrowhead Park just get the Wi-Fi.
Okay, that would stand to reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. Just a quick question. You had the map up there. I don't know if you can get it back up. Was Castle Rock Park within the yellow zone?
It's right on the edge of the area. So, Castle Rock, Uinta Park is there, and Castle Rock Park is in the white area. I don't know if I have a pointer. See where the blue dot is?
Yeah.
It's in the white area to the left.
So the property right next to the Castle Rock Park is all low income.
Across the, yes.
Across the street there. So right adjacent to the Castle Rock Park's lot. Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote. Councilmember Yakovich.
Well, there's just, they bring up great questions, that it's just, but, right next to that area, actually, just a thought, on Bowl, there is a little park there. I think it's called, it's in the low-income area up there. and I've had a lot of phone calls on this, that's why I'm just curious. They're actually, only thing they're asking right now is for a sign that could be put in there. Mike, Mr. Whitaker, do you know the name of that? We were talking about it, and a lot of chain of conversation about it's a natural park.
Councilmember Yakovich, I think you're referring to a drainage area at that location.
Right, it's from Castle Rock, and I think there's a name for it, though.
Bowl Park, I think.
Okay, Bull Park. Well, I'm just wondering if there would be, 5 cents left there to put a sign, because the Heights Task Force was asking for a sign for that park. And so anyway, who knows, but maybe?
Councilmember Yakovich, that would definitely be appropriate. It all depends on if it would qualify for the funding or.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see if there's any funding left after we get through this.
Okay, if you could, I know Ed Arnold has been asking me about that, and I'd like to make the community happy about that. So thank you for looking into that. Thank you, Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington?
Just a quick question, Tim. If the funds aren't used by this April deadline, then it's my understanding, according to the memo, that you could use it for something else.
Right. So what we proposed, Councilmember Purington, is that if things don't move fast enough to move forward, we could reallocate the money for the first-time homebuyer program, for housing rehab, or the foreclosure acquisition rehab program. So we try to operate on a close and shovel-ready basis. So if, for instance, if the adult exercise equipment pod materials can't be shipped for a year, that's obviously not going to work for us. So we would reallocate those funds to do something a little faster.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion before we vote? Don't see any, so again, the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation of item number 5. If voting in opposition, or I'm sorry, if voting in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. If voting in opposition, please say nay. Nay. Voting in opposition were council members Neese and Ewald, correct? All other council members were in favor. Motion passes 9-2. That concludes item number 5. Council at 7:38. I'd recommend we take a break. We'll come back as close to 7:45 as we can. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We left off at item number 6. Denise, would you read item number 6, please?
Fast track applications for CDBG, CV, public services projects up to $15,000 per public service award. Community Development Board recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of CD Board recommendation.
Thank you. We have a presentation tonight by Brenda Beckett, our Community Development Division Manager. Brenda, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This is a very short presentation, just explaining the Community Development Board's concept to advance the opportunities for organizations to receive, I'm just call it CV, the coronavirus funding that was allocated through federal allocation through HUD. So basically, our current process for CDBG and home loans for public services and facilities were advertised and released December 10th. And we also opened up at the same time the CV Public Services and Facilities applications. So our applications and proposals are due in January, and we would go through Community Development Board consideration, City Council action in April. And on the CDBG and home loan side, we would need to submit those projects through HUD for our annual action plan. But on the CV side, we could start getting projects underway by June or July, because those activities are already announced and advertised in our annual action plan for last year. So what the Community Development Board is proposing is a fast track process that agreements and training could, so if approved, if this process is approved, agreements and training for the grant awardees would begin in January, and services would begin in February or March, and then we would move right on to monitoring. And so services could begin several months earlier with this shortened process, and that's the whole thrust of it. So that was it. Thoughts, questions?
Thank you very much. And these would allow for up to $15,000 grants. Is that correct?
Yes, the Community Development Board is looking at $10,000 or $15,000, somewhere in those areas, because it takes the same amount of time to manage a $2,000 grant as it does a $10,000 grant. So we're kind of looking at those anywhere between $10,000 and $15,000. And it has to be based on community need, and the organization would be required to, and this, I think this is outlined in the memo, they would be required to have already been providing this service and not have enough funding to meet the demonstrated need to carry out the services. And, you know, we started thinking about this process when we're looking at how long it would take us to allocate funds and to get services to people. But we actually don't have to wait that long to get services to people, especially when, you know, we were very surprised by Delta, completely surprised that this, you know, this other strain is now in Montana. We just don't know what the social service providers are facing with the low-income citizens that they're serving. So we thought about this expedited process, and Tam and I actually attended some HUD best practices training. And one of the thoughts was, you know, you fund the services, not the organizations. You front the services. What is eligible? Get the services out there. So that was basically the thought process behind it, and the Community Development Board embraced that and really wanted to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. This is not a public hearing, but we'll have questions. Councilmember Yakovich and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Honor. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Council. I move to approve fast track application for CDBG CV funding up to $15,000 per public service award as recommended by the CD Board.
Okay, we have a motion. Councilmember Ronning has the second. So discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, a question. So if I understand from the process, you said you're going to fund the services. So when we look at the process, what we normally is and what we're approving now, do I understand the City Council action is no longer in the fast track? This is our action now.
This would be the process, and the reason why we would do that was because we could expedite everything. very quickly. They're very small funding awards, and so that funding award level is actually within the city administrator's expenditure signature limit. It's on the very low end of that. So we tried to figure out what is the easiest way to get this done. We have a one-page application, and they would send that with the signed agreement. The staff would make sure it's eligible, make sure the organization is good to go and has the capacity to carry it out, and then we'd forward the agreement for city administrator signature.
Okay, Mayor, follow up? Go ahead. So if you're funding the services, if one organization has 5 different services, they have 5 different applications, then they can get, 5 times $15,000 without the city council approval. Do I understand that correctly?
Well, let's see. The last time we offered any kind of funding through Community Development Block Grant CV funding, we only received 2 applications. So the application is 1 page, and they can mark several. They can mark several of the services that have both been found in the needs assessment. But it says $10,000 to $15,000 on one line item. So they could theoretically they would only receive the $10,000 or the $15,000, up to $15,000 for all of those services.
Okay, I understand, but potentially someone could come and get 5 $10,000 awards for 5 different services, and so they would get $50,000.
It's just one application per organization, and the one application has all of them on it, and the total award amount is up to 15.
15,000, so it's not per service, it's per organization.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
all right, sorry. You mentioned it was per services, and
Yeah.
I thought there was, okay, so thank you for
The
clearing.
concept basically is when we're typically looking for organizations to fund, they have to show us that they have the capacity to carry it out. Have they been, working the same forms that we need? Do we gonna get the HUD data that we need to be able to report for it to be qualified as a HUD activity? But instead, we have developed everything in advance, their reporting forms, their quarterly report forms. They have to use our stuff. They have to have been already providing the service, and we just tried to figure out a way to simplify it. An organization could come back after they have expended that $15,000 on 5 different services, just with the same kind of application process. But the staff would have had to we have to monitor them on site to make sure they're doing everything correctly. So, and we have to have the funding available. We also do have a new allocation coming up. There was a question coming, if this is really popular and we get 20 applications, how are we going to fund everyone? Well, it would be first come, first serve. And we also have a new allocation coming up. You can see that we would be looking at Community Development Board and City Council action again on a new CDBG allocation in April. So this allows the Community Development Board to be very nimble and flexible and review that system and see how it's working to be able to make additional recommendations. And then you would look at that and you'd say, yep, we're going to do another $150,000 same way. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Further questions, Councilmember Purington?
So my question with this fast tracking is that you're thinking you can go through these applications. And prior to the other process that we did before, it was, you only got 2 applications, which we granted those. And as far as I know, there still is not the restroom down in the downtown area. I don't know if the Salvation Army received their funding for their meals. I think it was their mobile unit.
They have. Everybody has their agreement signed and people are working on things, yeah.
So those are moving forward.
Yeah, Tam reported on that last.
So what is your thought process in looking at fast tracking these, that you're going to get more applicants?
The application process is 1 page versus.
So you're just saying a simplification of the process is what you think?
Greatly simplified.
And that's what's going to help?
And if they don't need the funding, then they don't need the funding. But we couldn't look at allocating lots of CV funding to parks without reserving something for nonprofit organizations that may need that funding as well.
Thank you. Further questions before we go back to Councilor Renese? Councilor Renese.
Thank you. Mayor, one more question you had about, you mentioned that goes to Chris Kukulski, our city administrator, sign. So does he have the final approval if he decides, hey, wait, no, this is not right? Can he turn it down, or once he gets it, he has to sign it?
He would have to have a pretty good reason that it doesn't, that it's not eligible. And staff would have already gone through the HUD regulations about the organization being eligible. The memo talks about they have to hand in their articles of incorporation, their nonprofit status, all the things that we would normally have to make an agreement with a nonprofit organization. So we'd have to have some compelling reason.
But he has a final yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussion? We do have a motion on the floor. Councilor, you're ready to vote. There is no public hearing on this item. Okay, it looks like we're ready to vote. So, Brenda, thank you very much for your presentation. The motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation on the agenda. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. That then concludes item number 6, brings us to item number 7. Denise, would you read item number 7?
Tax increment financing assistance from Downtown Urban Renewal District for a pedestrian crossing upgrade up to $15,000. Downtown Billings Partnership, DBP Board recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of DBP Board recommendation.
Thank you very much. Mehmet is our presenter, and
Awesome. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and also Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Tonight's presentation is going to focus on primarily the picture you see in front of you, that intersection of Montana Avenue and 25th Street, North 25th Street. And the presentation is on behalf of this group that you've heard from earlier at the public comment, during the public comment period. The Historic Montana Avenue Association is a group of business owners and property owners that formed in September of 2020 and primarily looking at enhancing Montana Avenue, in particular in the safety and security aspect, but also in some beautification aspects. The leadership of that group consists of the 5 business and property owners that you see. However, many other businesses have been regular attendees, and also city staff from the Public Works Department and the Planning Division, as well as myself, have been attending those meetings regularly to help provide guidance for the group in terms of how to navigate and access some processes and procedures either within the state, the city or the state. The general group meets on the first Thursday of the month, and then the leadership group meets on the third Thursday of the month. And then they invite all the other businesses and property owners along Montana Avenue to attend and be engaged. Here is a location, an aerial shot of the location, both in the downtown TIFF map as well as Google images of the intersection that we're looking at and the crosswalk. So what we're looking at is what's often referred to as RRFB, or Rectangular Rapid Flashing Beacon. And so this is going to be a pilot project to increase the safety of pedestrians crossing Montana Avenue. Again, City of Billings' Public Works Department, Planning Division, and DPP staff have been all supportive and coordinating on this project because of the nature of the location and the involvement of many entities. If proven successful, potential additional beacons might be installed in the future by MDT on Montana Avenue, especially as the city and MDT continue to coordinate on further improvements on Montana Avenue that will follow recommendations from the city's downtown traffic study from 2019 and 2020. They're hoping in the next 2 to 3 years they would be able to implement those improvements. In the meantime, businesses, as you've heard earlier during the public comment period, face high speeds, vehicles traveling at high speeds, and then 3 lanes of traffic to cross. So even if you're able to get 1 lane to stop, the other 2 may not follow suit in many cases. And then the unlit crossing zones at best serve as a cautionary sign to drivers as opposed to right-of-way. So we're hoping with the addition of the lights that are activated by the pedestrians, it will catch the attention of the drivers. Here's an example of what they look like, and I kind of put a box around this area because the signage as it stands today on Montana Avenue is going to remain, and it's that bright color indicating it's a pedestrian crosswalk, but this rectangular lighting piece will be added as well as the button that activates it. And so a similar installation of that will be in place on Montana Avenue and 25th. The merits, obviously, lots of things. Mainly is a public infrastructure improvement to Montana Avenue. It's also something that complies with crime prevention through environmental design practices. It conforms with all of our guiding documents. And hopefully it will reduce the speed of the vehicles when pedestrians want or need to cross. May also reduce some vehicular accidents, and in general, it will add a greater sense of safety and perception, especially for visitors of Montana Avenue and residents. And then hopefully it will improve the walkability component along that street. So with that, the Downtown Billings Partnership Board recommends approval of up to $15,000 or 100% TIF towards this improvement, as it is purely a public infrastructure and traffic pedestrian safety improvement, and its outcome will benefit the public and the businesses along that street. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I may lean on city staff here and there, depending on the questions.
All right, thank you very much. Questions for Mehmet or city staff? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who would get it, but since it's a pilot program, how long do you run the pilot program until you determine it's good, bad, or indifferent for the future?
Good question, Councilmember Boyette. My understanding, this is a permanent installation of the device. But we would monitor the usage of it and also the outcome of whether or not vehicles are slowing down, whether users are reporting. It's a better, safer environment and improvement for them. Hopefully, the idea is if they demonstrate success and MDT provides approval for more along Montana Avenue, they would fund the installation of those in the future. But that is yet to be seen until we install them.
Thank you, Councilmember Nishaw and Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. Mehmet, you said you're going to be monitoring the use and slowing the speed, so which is good. I always think we should need to have a good data collected so we can see that. So how are you doing that? How is the data going to be collected as far as the usage and then whether or not it actually is slowing down the vehicles? Can you give us what you're doing to actually monitor that?
Good question. This is where I may need to lean on city staff, but in my house or in our wheel, we'll definitely rely on this group who lives there, works there, regularly there every day. And then, of course, what they will hear and examine from their clients, whether or not. So the anecdotal feedback definitely will be populated, but leaning on maybe city staff to see if there's other data and traffic counts that we can track.
Yeah, if we could hear from Debbie, because I don't rely on anecdotal data. I want to see hard facts and what we're actually studying.
Sure. So MDT did a study of the pedestrian crossings here several years ago. So we have a good baseline for how many pedestrians, how many vehicles, how many people stopped, didn't stop, jaywalking, the whole thing. So we have a good baseline. We'll do the same type of study in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Your Honor, this item doesn't have a public hearing, so with your permission, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
It's in order, so go ahead if you want to.
I move to approve the tax increment financing assistance from Downtown Urban Renewal District for a pedestrian crossing installation up to $15,000 as recommended by the DBP Board.
Is it second by Councilmember Ronning? Did you want to speak to your motion before we go to Councilmember Purington, Shaw?
Yes, I think this is a great idea. I would love to see more of these on Montana Avenue. I have tried to get across that street many times and it's harrowing and scary. So I think this is a really good project and I'm hopeful that this is it ends up being a good pilot that we can replicate. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Purington.
Just a quick question on the installation? Because the photograph does show the concrete barriers and all of that. Will that be on Montana, or are you just talking about the signage for $15,000?
Excellent point of clarification, yes. My understanding is, no, these barriers will not be added. It's just, it will be added to the signage, both the button and the lights, and on both sides of the street, I believe, because they're in couplets. Correct? Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or discussion? Any further questions or discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote then. The motion is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation of item number 7. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 8. Denise, would you read item number 8, please?
Law and Justice Center, City Hall Professional Services Design Contract Phase 1 with JLG Architects. $195,000 plus $12,500 allowance for reimbursable expenses. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Jessica.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here to talk about the design consultant contract for Phase 1 of the Law and Justice Center City Hall facility over at the Stillwater Building. This is typically something that you'd see on a consent agenda. However, we wanted to make a point to have a presentation just to update everyone on where we are in the process and what our next steps look like going forward. So this is a timeline that we've shared before. Some of the dates have changed, maybe a month or so, one way or another, as things have tightened up with what our projections are on when construction might start. So we closed on the property in October of this year. At the same time, we issued a design RFP, and then we're on track to select the design team if council does vote to approve that contract tonight. So the RFP process, I just want to briefly go over. We did receive 4 responses to the RFP. We put together a review committee that included Assistant City Administrator Kevin Ifland, myself, John Caterino, the facilities superintendent, Andy Zeller, and Monica Plecker. The committee did an initial review, and we selected our top 2 proposals based on a scoring matrix that included firm experience, project manager, key project staff and consultants, available resources and consultant location, and project methodology and approach. So we conducted interviews with our top 2 selections, which were Cushing Terrell and the JLG Collaborative Design Team. And the team we selected stood out for the following reasons. Their proposed methodology and approach aligned with the city's vision for the building, which includes resiliency, sustainability, innovation, fiscal responsibility, and value. They had a clearly written work plan and proposed schedule, and they had specific experience with municipal facilities. Our RFP did require that proposers had to have at least 3 similar projects in the last 5 years to be considered. And their proposed planning and design process to engage stakeholders and partner with the city for a successful project also really stood out to us when we were reviewing these proposals. So the Phase 1 is our master planning and design phase. So the scope of work for this contract is to develop a comprehensive master plan for the remodeling of the Stillwater building. So that's about 100,000 square feet that we've identified for the offices that are gonna move over there, along with the courtrooms, the council chambers, the police department, all of the departments that are at City Hall now, and then the other departments that are leasing space in other buildings throughout the city that will be co-locating to that building. So at the end of this Phase 1, we'll get a report that's going to include a detailed plan for each department's build-out, recommended location and area for each department within the building, and the methodology for co-locations with other departments. And their proposal will also include costing and evaluation of options, including recommendations regarding sequencing and phasing. So this contract price for Phase 1 is $195,000 with a reimbursable allowance of $12,500. The design costs are proposed to be funded from the general fund, and a budget amendment will be forthcoming for these and other project-related costs for the Stillwater building. The reason why we separated out the Phase 1 contract is just because we have a lot of this due diligence to do before we really can determine the scope of Phase 2. So the expectation is that once we have that scope identified, we'd be coming back with another contract for the next phase. And that next phase is where we're going to get a lot more detailed in the design and doing the construction drawings. And now I'd like to introduce Nick, who's the project manager for the design team, and he can talk about the design team and kind of our next steps for the project.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, Nick Lippert with JLG Architects, along here with our associates with CD here locally to Billings. So today, just want to talk a little bit about our team, how we're approaching this, kind of a little bit interview light a little bit, and talk about kind of why we're excited to move forward with the project. So our core team that will be really driving and working close with, we're hopefully calling committee of the ownership group, will be led by myself. I'll be the point of contact, but also we have Bill Haynes that will be leading this primarily through the programming phase. So actually sitting down, touching base with every one of the departments on a regular basis and feeding that back to the group and bringing it through. Also, you'll see we've got some specialists on the team that are not here tonight. Well, actually, Nick is sitting in the back, but Eric Hofer, Mike Shaleen, those are civic design specialists, justice specialists. Those are the ones that have the most breadth of experience within the different kind of development that's going to be happening in the structure. So some of the consultants that are just as important, and frankly, based on some of the conversations that may be more important on the early phases of this, is understanding our electrical, mechanical, HVAC systems. So again, you'll see hopefully some familiar faces here based out of Billings with Morrison Merrily and AE2S as a civil engineer. Again, this whole team would be very local to the project and can be there in a moment's notice if something comes up. So a little bit about how we're addressing the communication plan or structuring the project in a way to provide kind of this feedback that we're looking for. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the team leadership and the actual design team that'll be working on the project. So again, some of those faces that you saw on the previous slide. But also on the owner side, we both have Jessica and John Caterino that will be leading kind of the connections with every one of the user groups that will be inside the building. And today, we probably could add a couple more circles after some of the conversations today that we'd be just making sure that we're doing our due diligence and getting everybody involved. That needs to be part of this project. We understand it's a very wide-ranging, it's a very important, it almost restructures how City of Billings does business. So we want to make sure that everybody at the table has a say and some touch on the project. So between the design team and the owner contact team, will be working with this advisory committee that will be would be the one stop of decision making for the project going forward, and then as issues or considerations arise, that would be coming back up to this group on the Billings City Council side. So a little bit more expounding on the schedule, very similar to what Jessica talked about before. We are working through kind of the construction documents phase. It did push out a little bit further than you saw previously. However, we're still able to meet that construction timeframe that was set out on the onstart of the project. But I will say that you'll see on this, there's some specific milestones stated here. So as every one of the phase wraps up, not only are we coming to the committee with a deliverable, but within that, we have been touching base with the user groups on a regular basis, with the committee on a regular basis, and then those issues and those considerations would be rising up to this board, at least on a monitoring level. So that regular sequence of meetings throughout this design phase 1, and then hopefully within design phase 2 will be being consistent process that would happen from the onset of the project going forward. And also to note that our team is not going anywhere when it starts construction. That's when the rubber hits the road. That's really when we want to be here, making sure that what's implemented when the construction does move forward, our team will be here to help support that and making sure we have a successful project in the end of the day. So at that point, is there any questions? Do you have anything else, Jessica? Okay, great. Is there any questions for our team or Jessica?
All right, questions for Nick? I'll start you off with one. Feel free to refer it to Bill or anybody else, but construction to start in August of 2022. I'm just wondering whether the team will be looking for items of construction where under any scenario, there's no question that something needs to be done, in which case there's really no need to delay until August. I don't know if there's elements like that.
We actually had some initial meetings about that this morning. So there are some things within the structure that we know there may be some deficiencies based on some of the initial reports that the team had done. So specifically, something we're examining further would be hazardous material abatement. That's always one that could proceed while design is happening. If there's any specific demolition that needs to happen in the project, as you know, it's a pretty open building, but there could be some selective demolition that could happen going forward. Also, some of those maintenance items, roof, exterior windows, things like that, those kind of maintenance items could happen while the design is happening as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Yakovich.
Nick?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be gone in an hour.
Oh,
I
great.
won't be here again. I promise you, I'm not coming back. All right? So, what I was wondering if just a seed for you and Bill and Nick.
There's two Nicks, so be careful.
So we've been talking about a memorial.
Oh.
And it could be something in a park. It could be someplace else. But, you know, I'm thinking like the courtroom here, you know, like there's a lot of people that come to a court here, even more than a city park sometimes, right? Over the year, right? I'm just saying, I don't know. But we're looking at a memorial, so, and it'll be the future council who will decide it. Maybe
Sure.
just a plaque.
Sure.
You know, that's all.
Okay.
But if it would be in a courtroom,
Okay.
or if it would be in, you know, someplace, just a seed down the road that when you guys are talking about it, there might be an ideal place.
But just to clarify, this is not a memorial in honor of Councilmember Yakovich.
I was wondering.
In case you're wondering, but for those who have died and impacted by COVID-19 and healthcare workers and other first responders who have helped address that pandemic. But unless I'm mistaken about that, and it really was.
So there's not another.
I promised my wife I'm going to live a lot longer.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So keep that one in mind. Thank you.
Well, we've got another.
Councilmember Ronning, and then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. Who's from Billings?
Bill and Nick. Yep.
Okay, I guess that's my question, is for them.
Okay, sure.
My name is Bill Haynes with Collaborative Design Architects. Collaborative Design is a Billings-based firm. We just last week celebrated our 40th anniversary of business in Billings. So we are here. We really look forward to an opportunity to make this a special project for the city of Billings and really strengthen two things, how your city government improve efficiency in all the departments. The idea of co-locating all these departments in this building is a great idea. And also looking outwardly, just how city government connects to the citizens here in Billings. This is a great opportunity to kind of present city government in a unified sort of way. So we're excited about this project, and it's going to be a great project for Billings. And we look forward to getting in and meeting with all the departments and kind of getting everyone's best ideas out and putting together a great plan and coming back to kind of, report to you on our progress.
Stay there. So I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and thank you. Can I go ahead and ask a question? So thank you for being here, because I have big concerns, and I had expressed those. I really believe that this should be a Billings project. I was not happy that a firm outside of Billings, but a firm outside of the state was even chosen. I feel strongly that this is a Billings City Hall, and we have amazing firms that are here. So I'm glad to see that there is representation from Billings here. Two questions. One is, could you elaborate a little bit more on what your participation is in the project? Are you part of the design team? Could you just elaborate just a little bit more on that? Thank you.
Sure. The way these projects work are, we basically form a team of specialists specific to the project. And so, we're relying on JLG's experience with municipal facilities because, we haven't done a city hall for Billings before. And, it happens every 50 years maybe. So being a Billings-based firm, we just don't have that sort of in-house facility. But my role, our firm's role with the project will be to working hand in glove with JLG in terms of the programming is really the kind of the phase that we're going to start first, which is really designing the design process. And then we will be in communication daily with all of the consultants. We'll be working together on the same building models, and we'll be involved primarily in helping also getting a contractor on board and during construction. So this is going to be basically, we want you to know that it's a local team combined with national expertise.
Okay, thank you.
So-
That was really part of, when you were going in the direction that I wanted to hear, is that, that there's going to be local involvement, local hire, not necessarily coming in from a lot of out of state. So, thank you.
Thank you. And actually, I guess 3 of the 4 team members are Billings-based businesses, including Morrison Mayerly. So,
If you know my comment, right?
is that where you wanted to go, Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, Morrison Mayerly, we're a wholly owned subsidiary of Morrison Mayerly. So obviously I'll need to recuse myself, but I'm going to make a shameless plug that I've stayed away from for 8 years.
We're going to kick you off after today.
That's right. Morrison Mayerly, I tell you, you're going to get a quality service. These guys are amazing. So hopefully that puts you at ease, but I now recuse myself.
All right, Jessica?
If I could, I'd just like to make a quick comment to Councilmember Ronning. 3 of the 4 proposals that we did have all had out-of-state consultants, just because there aren't a lot of consultants or firms in the state that have the municipal experience that we really wanted to make sure that when we're doing the law and justice in the courts and everything, that we're really capturing and designing that how it should be for a first-class facility.
Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Neese?
So Jessica, and I'm sure you can answer this question, is, so once the design comes up and it's time for construction, then I guess collaborative design would go out and get bids on construction from various construction agencies. And then we are not a part of that. Whenever you go out to bid, council is not a part of those bids.
So, Councilmember Purington, we're actually looking at doing a construction manager type bid or RFP. So that's the same thing that they did for the West End Water Plant, where because we're going to have a multi-phase project, we might be building out a floor at a time over a series of years. It just makes more sense, instead of bidding it separately and possibly ending up with different low bidders, to do the construction manager side of it. And then also it would make the project more efficient just to have them involved earlier on. So we're actually looking at doing that RFP here in the next month or so, which of course then that would come to council for that contract.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Jessica, the construction, I'm assuming the end, what's the projected end date?
So
Because it kind of stopped after August.
Sure. Thank you,
Crystal
Councilmember
ball's a little
Neese.
foggy.
So we are hopeful, we're looking at early to mid 2023 to get the first departments over there. And then later 23 to get, I'd say by the end of 23, we'll have most everything built out and people moved in. And then there might be some departments that are going to early 24. And it'll just depend on how that phasing works out for construction and when we can get departments moved over.
Okay, Mayor, quick follow-up then, because there was also some talk about you leasing property out to some other agencies and that. Does that mean that would be the same time frame for them too, as 2023 before any kind of move-in?
Correct. So, Councilmember Neese, right now we do have a proposed letter of intent out to a potential lessee or a potential tenant. And If we get further along with them or we do have an agreement, then we would look at that design and construction, and that's going to be totally different from this process, unless it makes sense to add it on and use the same consultants to build out their space and get them in there. But it would probably be that same time frame of mid-2023.
Okay, and Mayor, one more question?
Sure.
So in the contracts, are you planning on putting any kind of penalties for delays or time taking too long to get it done? So once they get a set date, they've got that date, they got to get done, or any rewards for getting it done early?
Yes. So Councilmember Neese, for construction, we would definitely be looking at that, where if they're going past a date, there would be liquidated damages because it costs us time and money and effort if we can't get in to the space when we need to get in. So
Great.
that would be something we would put in the contract.
All right, thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Jessica, two quick questions. It's roughly 100,000 square feet. Each floor is roughly 35,000 square feet, so it's roughly 3 floors. My recollection is the middle 3 floors are basically logical to be regular office space. But there's 2 floors that are really unique. One is the first floor, and the other is the 5th floor. What kind of scope is there for which particular floors or part of the floors for this master planning process? So that's one question. And the other thing is the EOC. Is it correct that an EOC, an Emergency Operations Center, is part of the RFP? I believe it is for the master plan. And I know JLG specifically was involved with design of at least one other EOC, so that's good. But which floors and EOC?
I will say, Mayor, thank you, Mayor and Council. So we are in very early stages of design. So really, it's going to be the design team looking at all the different spaces and what the best use is, and having those meetings with the user groups and getting feedback before determining exactly where different things should be. The EOC is definitely in the plan. It would probably be incorporated into a multi-use space, whether it's a community room or a large conference room that also would have the capability of serving as an EOC in the event that it's needed. We want to make sure that we're efficiently using the space and not having a room set aside that maybe gets used infrequently, but it needs to be there when we do need it. But yes, in terms of determining what will be on the 5th and 1st floor, that's something that we are hiring the design team to come up with the best plan for that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the less we use the EOC, the better. Further, Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Jessica, did I understand you right that if we have a lessee that decides they want to lease from us, that they will supersede the court system, who is the number one reason that we needed more space?
Councilmember Ewald, no. So like I said, we'd like to get courts and attorneys and police over there. That's our top priority. So we would look at early 2023 and then the tenant possibly mid-23.
Okay.
But we would not be superseding our city needs to put a tenant in there.
Follow up, please.
Go ahead.
Because I was under the assumption that by early January of '23, courts would be moving over there.
So Councilmember Ewald, just given the state of the construction industry right now and materials and labor shortages, we would like them to be over there in January. We just don't know if that's realistic.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Yakovich?
Thank you, Honor. I move to approve the Law and Justice Center City Hall Professional Service Design Contract, Phase 1, with JLG Architects at $195,000 plus $12,500 allowance for reimbursable expenses as recommended by staff.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this because it seems so backwards that we spent millions and millions and millions of dollars on a building with no master plan, and now we're doing a master plan now after spending the millions and millions of dollars. But I understand that the money's been spent and we need to move forward because now the city has a building. This one's a struggle. I haven't decided yet, so this one's a struggle.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation, item number 8, please say aye. Aye. If voting in opposition, please say nay. Motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Bring us to item number 9. Denise, that's a short title, but would you read item number 9?
Yes, Mayor, it's called opioid litigation options.
Our presenter here is our city attorney, Gina Dahl, while she brings up the PowerPoint.
Good evening, everyone. So there's a lot to this, and I do have some backup here, present and on Zoom in case I miss anything or you have questions that I just can't answer, but I will go through this go through the basics of this for you. So as you know from the staff memo, the state of Montana has been litigating opioid claims for several years. There are also 7 Montana local governments that have also filed claims in the federal district court. Those are Missoula County, Great Falls, Cascade County, Gallatin County, Lake County, and Anaconda Deer Lodge. They have now reached 2 nationwide settlement agreements to resolve all of the opioid litigation brought by states and local political subdivisions. So there are these are the 2 settlements. There's one with the distributors, which are the three major distributors are McKesson Corporation, Cardinal Health, and Amerisource Bergen. And then the second settlement agreement is with Janssen Pharmaceuticals and its parent company, Johnson & Johnson. The distributors are to pay up to $21 billion over 18 years, and Janssen is to pay up to $5 billion over no more than 5 years for a total of $26 billion. So this is, looks like a really complicated slide, which it is. But I pulled this off of, the National Opioid Settlement site. So you could see how they're laying it out. There's one, this is for the distributors, the next one's for Johnson & Johnson. They're essentially the same here. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page here. Okay, so of the settlement amount, of the $26 billion, approximately $22.7 billion will go into an abatement trust for use by the participating states and subdivisions to remediate and abate the impacts of the opioid crisis. So as you can see from the slide, the first row up there is, that's the money that's taken off the top for administrative costs and the litigation, and all those costs and the administrative burden that is taken off. The abatement money is there to the side. That's the Johnson & Johnson, and that's the distributors. That second row there is then the money that, figuring the base payment to this individual states. So if you go to that, wrong one, I'm trying to use the pointer, which is, doesn't have one? Oh, the red line. Okay, so that annual payment to the state here is kind of where we are starting. And so many states, including Montana, have decided to participate in the settlement process, and there are other states that have chosen not to participate. Montana's share of the settlement is determined by population and intensity of opioid impacts in the state. Again, although Montana stands to receive up to approximately $75 million in order for the state to receive this maximum payment, it does require full local government participation. That is all 56 counties and the 6 largest cities. Now, I just said $75 million. But if you read the staff memo, I have $80 million in there. I just received some additional information from the AG's office today, and that discrepancy is due to some recalculation of the maximum total amount. Was originally estimated to be 80, but they now believe it'll be 75. So the key points and principles of the MOU are that the funds are to be allocated between the state and local governments with 15% to the state, 15% to local governments, and 70% to a statewide abatement trust. So you can see that's these three pots right down there. 80% of the funds going into this abatement fund shall be allocated for use by local governments. So that money will flow to the local governments indirectly. This subdivision fund, this 15%, that's the direct payments to the local governments. The allocation of funds for use by the abatement regions is based on the percentages shown in the MOU. There's an Exhibit B to the MOU, and that's derived from population and opioid impact on those different regions of the state. The allocation for the city of Billings is approximately 9.13%. So the distribution of funds from the abatement trust will be reviewed and approved by a trust advisory committee based on proposals submitted through the abatement regions or from the state. So that's how we would get money from the abatement fund, through this trust advisory council or trust advisory committee. This is another slide that looks terrible. Again, I pulled this off of the National Opioid Settlement website, but it's sort of their little flow chart of the process. In addition to, excuse me, I'm skipping around here. In addition to the direct and indirect payments, the settlements also can contain injunctive relief provisions concerning or governing opioid marketing, sale, distribution practices, the things that are at the heart of the lawsuit, why they got sued in the first place. So they will, and it also requires the distributors to implement additional safeguards to prevent diversion of prescription opioids. So in order to receive direct payments and benefits, the city of Billings needs to join the settlement agreements. What you basically need to know now is the information I've told you, but also the monetary payments to the states depend, again, as I said, on the level of local government participation. Montana and its local governments will receive up to $75 million in total payments over a period of years if all 56 counties and the 6 largest cities by population join. And this is because the settlement agreements provide for bonus payments, incentives to each state as the level of local government participation goes up. January 2nd, 2022 is the local government participation deadline, which is, so that's where we are right here. This first stop sign was when the states indicated their intent to join the settlement agreements. And then that first stop sign was the first critical mass, meaning the distributors and Johnson & Johnson got to decide whether they wanted to go forward if there was sufficient participation of the states. So they did. So now here we are here in between this stop sign and the green box, which again, the deadline is on January 2nd, which then triggers this next critical mass. If there's critical mass, well, first let me go back. After the state of Montana determines how much participation it has by the local governments, it will have 15 days to determine whether to go forward. And then the distributors and Johnson & Johnson have 30 days from January 2nd to determine whether they want to go forward. So there's still some opportunities for the parties to get out for, if they feel there's not sufficient participation. So the settlements provide for an allocation of 0.34% to the state of Montana for a potential maximum of $75 million. The terms of the MOU provide for division of the funds allocated to Montana with, again, the 15% going directly to the political subdivisions. There's the 15% to the state, and then there's 70% to an opioid abatement trust. The settlements also include the allocation for the political subdivisions within Montana, and as I said, the city of Billings allocation percentage is 9.13. So the potential maximum, which would be paid directly to the city of Billings pursuant to the settlement, is approximately a little over $1 million, $1,027,125. These are all rough estimates. You have to understand, there's a lot of factors that go into this. Additionally, the MOU requires 80% of the funds in the abatement trust to be allocated for the political subdivisions according to the same division, 15, 15, and 70. However, it's not really clear what discretion the city of Billings will have in terms of how its shares of the funds in the trust would be spent because of that trust advisory council. But those monies are supposed to be allocated to go directly, well, indirectly to the political subdivisions. The theoretical maximum allocated to the city of Billings from the trust would then be $3.8 million for a total of the 4.86 over 18 years. I put 18 years, but it's actually 18 and 9. 18 is for the distributors and 9 is for the Janssen. So there are some factors to consider. The previous slide is telling you what the potential maximum is, but I'm fairly confident that we're not going to reach that maximum. There are some different there are some different factors that reduce the payments. The primary factor influencing the amount of the reductions is the level of participation in the settlements by the political subdivisions, and particularly the political subdivisions which filed lawsuits prior to the settlement agreements. In Montana, a number of litigating political subdivisions have already indicated they do not intend to participate in the settlements. Therefore, we can predict with a high degree of confidence that the total payout in Montana will be reduced. Some information I received from the AG's office was in response to a question. I'm trying to determine from them what might be our payout. And again, it's complicated. The information I received is the penalty provisions, because they're complicated. It's hard to predict, but in the worst case, it could be as much as a 45% penalty. But if everyone else signs on, other than those litigating political subdivisions, if everybody else signs on and the major litigating governments don't, the penalty for the state and all who could join could still be as much as 25%. So still the city of Billings would benefit from the settlement if it joined. Let's see. Additionally, the reduced amounts, another factor to consider is the reduced amounts which would be paid are stretched out over a number of years, like I mentioned, 18 years for the distributors and up to 9 for the Janssen. Another factor in considering influencing what the total amount of payments, the total payments would be under both agreements is how it relates to future payments, which may be made to non-participating subdivisions within the state. When I say non-participating subdivisions, I mean the ones who are not litigating and choose to join the settlement. In other words, the payments to subdivisions opting into the settlement could be reduced based on potential future recoveries by the subdivisions opting out, those subdivisions who are litigating or who opt out now and choose to litigate later. So say, for example, Billings opted in, but other jurisdictions opted out and they receive potential recoveries in the future, that would reduce payments for the city of Billings in the future, potentially. So those previous slides were the maximum potential settlement, the best case scenario. On the other hand, if any number of the litigating governments do not participate, and a substantial number of the other counties and larger cities do not participate, the $75 million maximum payment to the state would be approximately cut in half. Again, really rough estimates here. So that direct payments to Billings would be somewhere around 500, let's see, what did I give you here? So the total to the state would be 37.6. The maximum payment, this is combining both of the settlements, would be 2.43 million over a period of time. And if the state doesn't qualify for any of the incentives, and there are some if there are some penalties, then Billings would receive approximately half of the indirect funds as well, which would be about $1.9 million in that's the indirect funds, that abatement fund that I talked about earlier, that 70% bucket. So worst case scenario, Billings would receive approximately half, about 2.4 million maximum payment, like I just said, over 18 years. So that's my slide of the basics. I want you to know that I have some attorneys present, a couple on Zoom. There's Ben Snipes from Odegaard, Kovacic and Snipes, who's here present in the courtroom. I have Mark Kovacic on Zoom, and I believe John Edwards from Edwards, Frickle and Culver, I think is the firm. He's on Zoom as well. I think Mark Kovacic wanted to maybe give you a little bit of information. And after that, I also have Mark Mattioli on the Zoom call. Now, he's the he's from the AG's office, and he's the chief of the Office of Consumer Protection. And he's working on this for the AG's office and is the one who has most of the information about that angle. So in full candor, you're gonna be hearing two different versions here. I mean, Mark Kovacic is going to be giving some information about why he doesn't think it's the best deal. And Mark Mattioli is gonna tell you why this is a good deal for the city of Billings. I'm not sure if Mark Mattioli wants to present anything or if he just wants to be available for questions, but I want to give him that opportunity as well. So with that, I'm going to let Mark turn his camera on if he is hearing me. Yep, there he is.
Thank you. Gina, would you like to hear from the other attorneys before we start posing questions to you? Or would you like us to pose questions to you first?
Well, I think they might be able to answer some of your questions. They might be able to avert some questions if they just give a real short spiel, if you're okay with that. If not, we can just start with questions and they can.
Sure. Why don't we get short presentations, if we can, from Mark 1, Mark 2, and John Edwards. And
I think just the two Marks, I think.
The two Marks, okay.
And everybody else is available for questions.
Okay, and then we'll open up for questions by council to anybody they want to pose them to. So let's start with our Mark Kovic, I guess, if Kovacic.
Your Honor.
Councilmember Yakovich?
Or, excuse me, could they introduce themselves, like who they are?
Absolutely, that'll be the first thing they do, I'm sure. Okay, so Mark, you're Mark 1, we'll call you. So Mark K, it's all yours. And do start by telling us who you are, please. If you're talking, we can't hear you yet. We're working. give me the thumbs up if you can hear us. Good, so you can hear us, but we can't hear you yet. We're working on that. Yeah.
While you're working on the audio for Mark Kovacic, I'm his partner, Ben Snipes. I'd be happy to.
Ben, why don't you go ahead and start then? Oh, Mark, do we have you? No.
Not yet. Okay. Well,
Okay, you can keep working.
It's okay. Mark and I have been living this for the last few years, along with our co-counsel, and we have national counsel affiliated with this. And how we got involved was our firm does.
And Ben, can you again give us your name and spell your last name?
Your Honor, thank you very much for inviting me here. My name is Ben Snipes. I'm with the law firm of Odegaard, Kovacic, and Snipes. We have offices in Billings, Great Falls, and Helena, Montana. With me today is my law partner, Mark Kovacic. And along with our firm, we have 3 other local firms. And when I say local, I mean Montana firms that are working on behalf of 6 of the litigating subdivisions who are a part of the opioid litigation. One of the firms is another Billings local firm, the Edwards Law Firm, with John Edwards representing that firm as well. So unique to the other political subdivisions that we represent, which is City of Great Falls, Cascade County, Gallatin County, Lake County, Anaconda Deer Lodge, and I don't want to forget anybody, City of Missoula. Billings has 2 law firms that are actually representing nobody locally yet. But what you're here today to make a decision on, and we've already had 5 of our 6 litigating political subdivisions hear this presentation and make their decision to whether or not participate in the National Opioid Global Settlement. As your counsel has advised you, this is a $26 billion settlement subject to a variety of rebates and reductions, the most substantial of which is whether or not there's full participation in the settlement. The state of Montana has opted to proceed with the settlement. They've asked all of the other political subdivisions to participate as well in an effort to give full participation. I can tell you that as to the litigating political subdivisions, there will not be full participation. In fact, the amount that's available in this settlement is substantially reduced because the vast majority, and 5 of the 6 of our political subdivisions have voted not to participate in this settlement. And there's a few reasons why. First of all, the big 3, the distributor deal, which is the largest deal of these 2 that you're considering, is paid out over 18 years. And it's subject to substantial reductions in rebates. So with the uncertainty that's available in that deal, it's fraught with peril, and we don't believe that it's going to be, first of all, we know it's not going to be fully paid out. Secondly, the term is so long that there's all kinds of outs built into the process. And as you saw, there's about 5 stop signs on that first slideshow that we saw where they can opt out. And in fact, if they don't meet critical mass within the next few weeks, they very well could opt out. The Johnson & Johnson deal is a little bit better. I would be admitting to that. However, all of our litigating subdivisions have opted out of that deal as well. Now that is to be paid out in 5 to 8 years. What we know about Johnson & Johnson, which is not just from this litigation, but having litigated against Johnson & Johnson, our firm has had a Johnson & Johnson asbestos case in Billings District Court here for the last 2 years, having dealt with them through the opioid. Not only the opioid, but asbestos means they are a difficult defendant to pull the money out of. And even when they entertain and go into deals, they have a tendency to back out and or take political and primarily legal maneuvers to back out of the deal. So we have substantial concerns of whether or not the Johnson & Johnson folks are going to actually pay out the whole thing over the course of 8 years. So what you weigh that against is whether or not you can do better in the tort system by bringing a case on your own, which is what the 6 that we represent have chosen to do and will be proceeding to do. And we believe that based on the numbers that are being put out there, as a maximum of $4 million, you take that and you weigh the potential for that against what you could do if you brought the case in a state or a federal district court and the time frame that you could recover those monies. Having met with the city officials, we were actually fairly surprised at the level of opioid issues that Billings is dealing with. It's the only city that we have spoken to that has a dedicated officer, real damage dedicated officer solely to opioid related issues. Your chief of police was illuminating when he talked to us about that. So we have a January 2nd deadline. I understand this is the last meeting of the year. And so today is the day where you can either opt in or choose to abstain. When it comes to the opioid litigation, these are but 4 defendants, okay? You probably have seen or heard of Purdue Pharmaceutical, who is going through bankruptcy and just had their bankruptcy thrown out because it was too favorable to them. And that was because they were getting liability blocks and waivers from all kinds of other entities that were litigating against them. So we have, as part of our plan, decided to pursue not only Purdue, not only Johnson & Johnson, but all kinds of other litigants and defendants. And we're in the position where if the city of Billings is interested, it doesn't have to happen tonight. But tonight is the night where you essentially have to decide whether you want to be in or out. And then our job is to let you know that there are other options. I don't know if Mark's available to chat at all.
Mark, can we hear you?
No.
Yeah. Any, no theories of what's working there? Is it possible to get a audio line only with him?
So the other firms that I can tell you are involved from our perspective are our firm, the Edwards firm, Beck Amsden Law Firm, and Boone Carlberg.
Hey.
Okay. All it takes is the wife to jump on and she can figure out the audio.
Or the child under 12.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Mark, we could
Mark,
hear
we
you.
heard you there.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, you're on.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, I'll turn it over to the
I don't know what
chief.
she did. Well, thanks, Ben. You provided a good summary. I don't really have much to add. I may be able to answer some questions that the council may have. A couple of points I would add, just the kind of how it came to pass that we were here to speak with you tonight. Gina reached out to the city attorneys with 2 of the clients we're currently representing to asking questions about what they intended to do and trying to understand what I would view as one of the most complicated settlements in the history of our country. And I think Gina's done a good job getting a handle on it as best any of us can. And so I have talked to her a couple of times, providing information and explaining why our clients are doing what they're doing. And so we're here to answer your questions tonight and help you make the decision that you're being forced to make on pretty short notice here now. One other point that I'm not sure came across that I think is very important, the penalty for in the settlement in terms of what gets paid based on participation of the subdivisions is not equal across all subdivisions. So there's actually a heavily weighted factor based on how many of the litigating subdivisions choose to sign on or not. And as you heard, there are 7 litigating subdivisions in Montana. We represent 6 of the 7, and 5 have already chosen to opt out. I'm highly confident the 6th is going to do so as well. They just haven't had that meeting yet. And based on that, we're not sure what the 7th is going to do because we don't represent them. That's Missoula County. but with 6 of 7 litigating subdivisions opting out, those numbers that you saw are going to be substantially reduced. And apart from the substantial reduction on the front end, there is the potential for further penalty if we're successful for our clients, as we hope to be, in making better recoveries down the road. So I can't think of anything else to add at this time. Ben covered it well, but I'm happy to answer questions that anyone has.
Okay, thank you. Let's finish the presentations, and then we'll go to questions. So Mark 2, from the Attorney General's office, welcome. Let's see whether we can actually hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Sound loud and clear.
I'm so relieved. Thank you. My name is Mark Mattioli. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. I've been an Assistant Attorney General for over 20 years and involved in major litigation for the state, including cases against Big Pharma. My last name spelling, it's common Butte spelling, but I'll spell it for you. It's Mattioli. These first opioid suits were filed, I believe the first year these suits were filed was in 2014. It's now 2021. The Attorney General, former Attorney General Fox, sued Purdue Pharma, which in my opinion is the most responsible party in this epidemic, in 2017, and we've been litigating that case until they filed bankruptcy about 4 months before our trial. We also subsequently sued 2 of the distributors, Cardinal and McKesson. So this settlement involves 2 parties, Janssen and AmerisourceBergen, that the Attorney General hasn't even sued. What I want to emphasize for your benefit is that the position taken by Mr. Kovacic and others is really an outlier in the nation. This settlement is being joined by 45 state attorneys general, and the participation level of local governments is in many cases 90 to 100%, including many states that have many more litigating subdivisions than Montana. So it's a situation where parties that are suing, and that includes the Montana Attorney General, other states' attorneys general, including many offices with much more robust consumer protection and litigation offices than ours, have decided to participate in this settlement, notwithstanding suits that they have pending against these companies, because there's a sincere desire to finally bring money to help address this problem. It's unfortunate that some of the litigating subdivisions in Montana will not join and will be penalized because of that. But we don't have any control over. What we have control over is whether to join a settlement against defendants, none of whom the city of Billings has sued. And these suits started happening in 2014. The memorandum of understanding that the Attorney General has asked you to sign is one that we crafted in a manner to entice you to join it. The Attorney General doesn't believe in Hellenic-centric approaches to solving problems. He believes that the money and resources should flow to the communities, and that's what this memorandum of understanding does. By the way, the memorandum of understanding provides a much better allocation to the local governments than the provisions in the settlement agreements themselves, because 80% of the 70% abatement bucket goes to the local governments. So we're trying to bring resources to where the problem happens. The MOU is also notable for its lack of red tape. We wanted to empower you. We wanted to give you the authority and discretion that you need to participate in this process without imposing a lot of red tape. Because, you know, we're Montana and we trust one another and we trust you. And so we're confident that working together collaboratively, that we can begin to address this problem. This may not be the last settlement that you'll be presented with. There could be a chain store pharmacy settlement in the future, but you haven't sued them either. The Purdue bankruptcy just got a big wrench thrown in it, so we thought that money was coming, and unfortunately that money probably won't be coming soon. But the purpose of this is to provide you with the resources to begin addressing the problem sooner rather than later. These suits that these political subdivisions in Montana have filed are in the Northern District of Ohio in federal court. Our experience in those multi-district litigation proceedings is that oftentimes a case can be stalled for years before the judge in that case remands the case back to federal court for trial. But what the judge in this case has done with respect to all the non-participating, litigating local governments is he has imposed a very quick and onerous schedule on these attorneys to go gather their evidence, incur their expense witness costs, and prove up their cases. But they may have to wait for years to actually get a trial date. So basically the question before you is whether you're going to take the money in the hand or you're going to take the risk of filing a very untimely lawsuit with the expense that entails and the risk that entails. Now, we sued two of these distributors, and I'm not talking down the case, but there have been some recent rulings that might cause you to pause. There was a distributor trial in California that the distributors won. There was a Supreme Court ruling in Oklahoma that determined that the public nuisance theory advanced by Oklahoma was invalid. And the cities in particular are would have to emphasize the public nuisance theory. Because under the Montana Consumer Protection Act, the cities don't have any express authority to pursue those kinds of claims. So, because Montana is Montana, I have personally reached out to every single one of the 62 governmental entities that would participate, that are able to participate in this case, with the exception of those subdivisions that are represented by council. And I haven't heard from a single entity that is not litigating that they don't desire to join this settlement. So right now we have Missoula County joining. Missoula County is litigating. They happen to have different counsel than these other 6 litigating subdivisions. But notwithstanding the fact that they filed suit, they're going to join this settlement. So other counties that are joining, and many other counties are in the process, and I haven't heard any say that they're not going to join. And again, I'm referring to the non-litigating entities. Bighorn County, Carbon County, Beaverhead County, Dawson County, Custer County, City of Helena, Jefferson County, Lewis and Clark County, Glacier County, Hill County, Park County, Muscle Shell, Ravalli, Powell, Sweetgrass, Butte Silver Bow, and tonight this was on the agenda in the city of Kalispell, and they voted to join the settlement. Now, on January 2nd, after everybody has the opportunity to join, the Attorney General, like all the other Attorney Generals in the state, will have the opportunity to determine whether there's sufficient enough participation to proceed forward. But if Montana's most populous city doesn't join, you'll not only be turning away a lot of money and incurring a lot of risk and a lot of delay, but I believe you're potentially blowing up the settlement for all of Montana. And with that, I'll conclude, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Gina, I think we've heard, unless you want to hear from John Edwards, we've heard from everybody on Zoom. Is there anybody else you think we should hear from? If not, we'll start putting questions to you or our other guests.
Yes, I think that's, questions are in order. I don't think we need to
Okay.
hear from anybody else.
Okay, well, I think this is a pretty simple thing, so I don't think there'll be any questions, so, I mean, maybe not. All right, we'll start off down at this end. Councilmember Brown, Boyette, Ronning, Purington, we'll just go down the line.
Gina, a couple of questions. One is, do we seriously have to make a decision on one of these tonight?
Yes. Well, you have to make a
Wow.
decision whether to sign on to the MOU, to the settlement agreements.
That's a lot of information to try to digest in an hour.
It is.
Okay, thanks. I got nothing else then.
Okay, thank you, and we won't get into now, but people listening, if they see some likelihood of that date being adjourned, we'd like to hear it from anybody on the screen. But we'll come back to that later, I'm sure, with them. Councilmember Boyette?
Okay, Gina, the big question is, what should we do? You're our attorney, tell us.
Well, you know, I really do like the idea that we could potentially get more money if we sued. But there's a lot of risk involved. I am concerned about the extensive staff time and resources that would be involved. Even though when you have outside counsel, you can't just wash your hands of it. I mean, it would be a lot of staff time for my office and likely for potentially the two chiefs. They would have to be doing some information gathering, some data gathering, and I really honestly don't know how much time would be involved. I've tried to kind of dig that up, but I'm sort of getting varying answers, but I anticipate that it would be pretty time intensive for staff. I am concerned about what our case would be. I mean, I don't know what our evidence would be. We haven't built a case because obviously we haven't sued. We don't have outside counsel who has built a case already for us, so I can't really answer that. So there, you know, I have concerns. You know, I certainly like a lot of what I hear. There are drawbacks to the settlement. The maximum clearly is not what the city is gonna see. We're not gonna see that $4.8 million. It's likely gonna be something significantly less than that. Worst case scenario, we saw the 2.3 or whatever it was. And it's drawn out over a long period of time, so it's really not a ton of money every year. So, you know, there are drawbacks, but it is also certain that you'll get something. It's uncertain how much, but it is certain that Billings would get something if you signed on to the MOU. So it really is your decision. Those are my concerns, and I'm not really sure how, I'm conflicted myself about what kind of recommendation to make, which is why I wanted to bring both sides here to let you all hear that. I have to be honest, I was initially leaning towards making a recommendation that you vote to litigate, but I am concerned about some of the risks involved. I was not aware that, I had sort of believed that there was less participation across the country than what Mr. Mattioli told you tonight. That's a lot more participation than I thought. I am concerned about like I said, the case that we would have, because I just don't know what our case would be.
No, but she has a coin with two sides, so, okay, we may come back to that. So, Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions for both Marks, and then possibly Gina. So I guess maybe my first one for Gina. Sorry about that. So if we have a dedicated, did I understand correctly that we have and I don't, maybe this is one for Kevin though, that we have a dedicated officer on the police force that is dedicated strictly to opioid investigation? Did I understand that correctly?
So Council and Councilmember Ronnie, yes, there's a officer that's attached to the DEA, if that's the one you're referring to. I guess I'm not sure what the question is.
Prescription drugs, not
Drugs.
specific to opioids, but obviously that's the major.
Okay. That's enough to tell me that we have something significant in our city. If we only have one dedicated detective to domestic violence, and we know how bad that is, that if we actually have someone that Chief St. John has given resources to say, yes, go fight this, that tells me that we have a problem and that we have a significant problem in Billings. So I guess my first question then, and whichever, I guess I'll go with the Attorney General, Mark, first. So this kind of goes back to Councilmember Brown and Boyette. So you presented a pretty significant argument why we should be involved. I'm just curious from the Attorney General's office, if this is something that you say is so critically important for the city of Billings to be involved in, why is it we are only hearing about this tonight? Why hasn't your office contacted us sooner?
I think I could actually answer that question, Mark, if you don't mind. The AG's office did send a notice out, but the email with the signed MOU came on November 26th. I was out of the office for a week at that time, and so it's possible I could have gotten this on one agenda or one council meeting earlier last week, but because of that week I was out, I'm not sure I would have made the deadline anyway.
It's still the end of November. That's still a pretty short period of time for something this significant.
Well, and the notice apparently went out some time ago as well, paper, a hard copy in the mail, but the notice that was on my radar that we got was the email in the end of November.
Okay.
So I wasn't aware of it.
I think everybody would still like to hear Mark go ahead and answer that.
Exactly.
On that procedural background, Mark?
Right. I'm not sure I heard clearly, but I'll just explain the procedure. There's a national notice administrator, and Yellowstone County should have received a notice a substantial period of time ago. But I guess my response to that question would be, throughout the country, litigating entities, state governments are joining this settlement. Litigating subdivisions are joining this settlement. And it's obviously a lot easier to decide to join a settlement with parties that the city of Billings hasn't sued than it is to forego the opportunity to participate in that settlement and decide to launch a late lawsuit when the city, several years have passed, has never sued. So I guess the deadline is one that was imposed on me. I'll never forgive the people who negotiated this settlement for imposing a January 2nd deadline.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
And I'm sorry to have to ask you to consider this on that kind of a timeline over the holidays. It's very frustrating to me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your answer. And then my other question is for the other Mark. My understanding in a memo we received is the outside attorneys, meaning for anyone that may be watching, those attorneys not associated with the city of Billings. So the outside attorneys, is my understanding correctly that the outside attorneys are doing this on a contingency basis? So you're not billing the city of Billings for your services?
Yes, that's correct. We represent all of our clients on a contingent fee. Our contingent fee in these cases is 25%. We also pay the costs associated with prosecuting the cases, which in a case like this are very substantial. That's one of the reasons we have 4 very high-quality Montana law firms involved, and a national mass tort law firm. Our national partner is Simon Greenstone Panettiere, If you check them out, you'll see nothing but excellent results and very impressive trial results and settlements for their clients. They've been involved in the opioid litigation since day one. A couple of examples I want to give you. First, I want to comment on a couple of things quickly. I don't think anyone knows what the percentage of subdivisions is going to be that opts into the settlements before January 2nd. I'm hearing estimates that are not close to what Mr. Mattioli said. I don't know who's right or what that's going to be, and frankly, I don't think he knows that yet either. I do know there are going to be many who do not opt in, and one example is Dallas County, who is represented by our partner, the Simon Greenstone firm and some other Texas firms. As a result of their case in Dallas County, which is set for trial in February, the state of Texas got a much better deal with Janssen. They changed the entire framework of the deal. So what the national settlement provided for to be paid to the whole state of Texas was about $300 million from Janssen. And it was the same framework where that was going to be paid over 5 to 10 years, and it would be reduced based on participation and based on later recoveries and all of those things. But because of the pressure of their trial date and because they made it clear that they were not going to opt into the settlement, they were able to strike a different deal where the entire $300 million without any reduction is all going to be paid next year. And Jeff Simon, who's the lead counsel in our cases, has been in talks with Janssen about what can be done in Montana for our clients differently than this settlement. Another example, the state of Washington is in trial right now against these parties. Washington turned down a $530 million settlement on these same terms paid out over all these years, and they're in trial right now with a claim for $90 billion. Those are the kinds of discrepancies between what you can prove in damages and what this settlement pays. And the problem for Montana, the allocation was so low, and with these drawn out payment terms and all these opportunities for these defendants to reduce what they ultimately pay, it's just not enough money.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question is from Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. AG Mattioli, I'm concerned with that the state filed back in 17 under AG Fox. He started that suit way back then. The city of Billings, is my understanding, has not even looked at anything in filing suit. Is that correct? Are there other communities in Montana that they started filing their own individual suits back in 17, or even proceeding forward with Janssen and these other divisions?
There's 7 subdivisions in Montana that filed suit in federal court, and that's in the Northern District of Ohio in front of Judge Polster. I can't tell you precisely when those suits were filed, but it was quite a while ago. The Attorney General, we sued in December of 2017. I'm not aware of a lot of subdivisions in the country. I'm not aware of any that are deciding to sue now. And in response to Mr. Kovacic's remarks about Simon Greenstone, and I have a great deal of regard for Mark, and he's a good lawyer, but Jeffrey Simon needs to know that he doesn't have the authority to negotiate on behalf of the state of Montana. And so I don't think he's going to be able to reach a settlement with any of these parties. We have a commitment to proceed with the settlement process that 44 other attorneys general have agreed to proceed with, even though they're litigating and even though you can, possibly go ring the bell. But for example, one of the states that's not a participant is West Virginia because they settled. And you almost literally cannot walk across the street in West Virginia without bumping into an opioid addict. The magnitude of the problem there is just completely off the charts. There was a trial in West Virginia recently. The subdivision sued in West Virginia, and it's taken the court a long time to decide. There is risk here. There is delay here. And I don't think that Simon Greenstone is going to be able to reach a separate deal. Because if they reach a separate deal with Montana that doesn't have nearly the intensity of the problem that states like West Virginia and Ohio and Rhode Island and Delaware and all these other states have, then they have to offer that same deal to everybody else. And they're not going to do that. They're just not going to do that. That is just wishful thinking to think that they're going to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington, a follow-up question there?
Just a quick follow-up. So whenever you speak of risk, both Marks, you spoke of risk, Gina spoke of risk. To me, the risk is that these pharmaceuticals will file bankruptcy and no one's going to get anywhere near what they think they're going to get. Is that the risk that you're speaking of?
I'm sorry, who was the question posed to, Councilmember Purington?
Whoever wants to answer that one.
Okay, make it short, if you would. We'll start with Mark Kovacic.
I do think a bankruptcy is a risk here. We've seen in talc litigation that Johnson & Johnson has just recently, they had agreements with a bunch of law firms that were prosecuting mesothelioma claims for exposure to asbestos in talc. They agreed to make very substantial payments to the clients of those firms, including Simon Greenstone, over the course of many years. And then they spun off that liability and filed bankruptcy in an entity that was intended to eliminate what they had agreed to pay in those settlements. So one of Jeffrey Simon's points that he makes when we discuss this issue and whether it's wise to enter into that kind of settlement with J&J is that they're a bad bet to actually make those payments over the course of the next 9 years. Now, there could also be risk of bankruptcy by some of these parties if they're forced to go forward and litigate against political subdivisions in all 50 states. These wholesale distributors, Cardinal Health, AmerisourceBergen, and the other one's escaping me right now. I apologize. They're very wealthy corporations, currently have very high net worths, and that's that's how they're able to negotiate a settlement of this scale. We believe that we can get cases scheduled for trial sooner than the 18 years that they're agreeing to make these payments, and that we could do so without forcing them into bankruptcy.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Yakovich, we need to get that the next answer to that, but did you want to address that or something?
No, I wanted to, no, when we're done with the answer.
Okay, all right. So thank you, Mark. Yeah, Kovac, short and sweet. Mark M.
So, I do think, there's a possibility of bankruptcy, which I think argues for getting the money in the hand. And I just, Mr. Kovacic mentions Janssen. The Attorney General didn't sue Janssen. And I guess what I comment about Janssen is this is a company that sold substantially less than 1% of the opioids in the United States. And the primary products at issue in the cases against Janssen are pain patches. And So it's a very difficult causal nexus to make against Janssen.
Mark, I'm just going to cut you off because it's 9:30, and we've still got quite a bit more of our meeting to do, not to mention this item, and we've got a lot of questions here. Councilmember Trika, I'd recognize before, and then Councilmember Biakovich. But we recognize your answer, risk of bankruptcy, get your money now. Go ahead, Councilmember Trika.
Mr. Rifflin, 2 questions. Do we have any sense as to what the economic impact is of the city of Billings right now on the opioids? And the second question, and it's kind of related, do we have any sense of how we'd spend $100,000 to $200,000 a year on trying to abate that problem?
So Mayor and Councilmember Sharecki, the answer to both of those is no at this point.
And the other thing I would comment, it's not necessarily up to us, Gina can correct me, but those dollars, aren't we bound to turn them over to the county health department, basically, that would define the forward, none of it can be used for compensation. It's got to be used for forward abatement programs. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that the direct, Marks can correct me, but it's my understanding that the direct payments, that the local government can make the determination how those are spent, but the abatement funds do need to be used for approved uses. That goes through the abatement fund, through the Trust Advisory Council.
Okay, and there's a slight majority of abatement funds compared to direct dollars, is that correct?
That's
You're nodding
correct.
your head, so yes,
Yeah,
okay.
yes.
Okay, is that good enough? Okay, Councilmember Biakovich?
Thank you, Honor. I move to authorize the mayor to execute any documents necessary to sign on to the MOU and settlement agreements with distributors and its parent company. Well, McKesson Corporation, Cardinal Health Incorporated, and Amersource Bergen, and Janssen Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, and its parent company, Johnson & Johnson.
Okay. Motion made to approve signing on to the MOU. That's the second recommended motion on your agenda. I heard a couple seconds. Councilmember Purington?
Your Honor, that's the first. The first one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. Thank you for correcting that. It's the first recommended motion. Okay. Councilmember Biakovich, you want to speak to your motion before we pass it on?
So I've been working with March Against Drugs and Violence for years, 23 years. Opioid has been a big one. Then it goes into heroin, and it's an issue. Meth is an issue. There's a lot of issues. So we have a lot to tackle anyway. But we're working with the state already. Why not continue working with the state? We hit a home run with them before. I just say continue. And I'm walking off gracefully off council. Do I want you to do more litigation? And we know already how much litigation we go through and how much we pay for it, the expense and the risk and hours and hours. At least for me, I don't want to burden you or the next council with that. So my main reasons. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have a motion on the floor. Council Member Joy, and I don't know if Councilmember Nish, you had your hand up, but I don't, no, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think my question really goes to the motion. I mean, the motion is now set. The question is, in this settlement, do the distributors, that are the litigants, are they then allowed to say that they are absolved of any responsibility for the opioid crisis? So is there like a no-fault clause in the actual settlement that is being proposed? Thank you.
Mark Mattioli, that'd probably be best directed to you. Is there the standard no admission of liability provision in the settlement agreements?
That's the case. That's standard in agreements like this. There's also injunctive terms in the settlement agreements that prohibit these parties from engaging in the conduct that various states have alleged that they were engaged in that was harmful. So it's not just about money.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Gosh, this is a tough one. I feel like I align a lot with, I I appreciated, Gina, your comments that this is a really hard decision and that it was difficult for staff to even make a recommendation to us. For that reason, I'm kind of coming down on, I'm just more of a let's roll the dice and see if we can get more kind of person down the road. And so for that reason, I'm leaning toward voting no on the MOU agreement. But I just wanted to state that that's my reason why. I think it's tough. I don't think this is enough money for the problems that Billings has experienced. But I also recognize that we're going to have to, deal with the litigation piece, which is, a whole other ball of wax. So I'm not going to make a substitute motion or anything, but just I think I'm going to vote no for that reason. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to pose a question to both Mark M. and Mark K., or if Mark K. wants to designate Ben, whoever. But in the event of bankruptcy, is it likely that there would be priority given based on the date of the settlement or judgment, so that having a judgment entered, or at least the settlement agreement, puts those litigants in some sort of advantageous position relative to only claims that have not yet been turned into a judgment? Mark M., you want to start with that?
Yes, I would think that these claims would have priority because we would be first to judgment. There will be a consent judgment entered in conjunction with this settlement that will effectuate the agreements.
Okay, Mark K., you want to comment?
I'm not a bankruptcy lawyer, and I don't believe Mark Mattioli is either. I did participate very heavily in the W.R. Grace bankruptcy because my law firm represented many of the asbestos disease victims in Libby. And W.R. Grace filed bankruptcy in 2001. I litigated that case for 10 years. Tried the confirmation case in 2009. And I can tell you in that case that all of the claimants were treated the same, having claims that they could either prove the value of or that they had already proven the value of if they had judgments that hadn't been paid. There was preference given to some creditors like banks who had security in property and things like that, but I'm not sure that with these types of claims that would make a difference.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could I speak to that? I'm sorry, could I speak to that briefly?
Briefly, go ahead.
So I have practiced bankruptcy. I practiced with Don McDonald, who later became a federal bankruptcy judge in Alaska. And I think it's very likely that late filed claims will not receive high priority for payment.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Denise?
Yes, I did have a question. Someone along the line said some of the cities or government agencies were doing both. Gina, can you address that, why some are doing both and how that would work? And if, let's say the settlement, I think there's a lot of stop signs, and it falls apart later on, the city could always then join a suit some other time. Is that correct?
Maybe I'm not sure what you mean, that you've heard that there are cities who are
Yeah, I think someone said
litigating and-
Missoula was suing them, but they're
okay.
also joining the.
There might have been a distinction between Missoula
yes.
County and the city of
that could be.
Missoula.
Well, both Missoula County and the city of Missoula are litigating, but Missoula County is choosing to join on to the settlement, and they're not going to pursue litigation.
Okay, so if they don't pursue litigation, does that mean they have to, they're still don't have to pay, there was a contingency type of program, so they don't have to pay the attorneys anything, is that? Do you know?
That's correct. There's still, the fees are built into the settlement agreement. Mark Mattioli can talk about that a little bit more, or Mark Kovacic. There is a cap on the attorney's fees, as I understand it, included in the settlement agreement.
Okay, so they're not doing really both. They were suing, now they're changing, and they're going to sign on to the agreement. Okay, that's
Yep,
fine, thank
yep.
you.
Okay, Councilmember Boya, Councilmember Ronning, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been involved in lots of litigation over the lifetime, and at this point, if we sue, we're the burden of proof. We have to do the work, and we have to have our attorneys, and even Gina was saying, she doesn't know how much time and energy is going to be involved in this. for the next 18 years, we could tie up our legal staff. But the old saying is one in the hand is worth two in the bush. Let's not get involved in another lawsuit. That's just so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, Councilmember Ronning and Purinton, I recognize.
Thank you. It seems, I mean, I can't imagine several private law firms saying they'll do this on a contingency basis if they don't think, and they're going to dedicate their professional hours to working on this, if they don't have a substantial belief system that they're going to come out ahead, that they're going to see that they see that there is a winning hand. I just can't imagine this many private law firms wanting to actually take this on if they don't think they could win it. I think either way, if we go with the Attorney General, taxpayers are still paying for this no matter what. And I just don't know that many government attorneys that are, this is absolutely no reflection on you, Mr. Mattioli. I think you're probably an outstanding attorney. I just don't know that many government attorneys that take on these types of cases, especially in Montana. It seems like a private law firm is going to have more experience with this. And it is concerning to me that, when I look at this list, that some of the other urban centers in Montana haven't signed on. The other counties that were listed, I could understand why they would want to go with the AG, because they absolutely would not have the resources to really participate to the level that we probably could. So I'm probably not going to support the motion either.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Purinton.
Thank you. Just speaking to the second on this, I do believe that the state has a good handle on this. And I will continue to support this motion because I do believe that the city of Billings, if they have not proceeded with any sort of litigation in these past few years and moving forward, I don't know that there was a mindset to do that. And I think as well that we've been involved in enough ongoing lawsuits that I don't think we need to worry about another one. I know that our city staff would not be involved in it, that they would just be handed off to another outside legal counsel. So for this, I'm going to continue to hope for the state and hope for the best for all of us in the country, actually.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Tricky and Councilmember Dre.
I remember last summer when the news of this settlement came out, and my initial reaction was, why would the people who were bringing this case to court settle for what was coming out? And now that I'm seeing the details of what we're actually getting here in Billings or any of the other local areas, I have to continue to ask myself, why would anyone agree to this settlement? I mean, literally, we're going to be getting something in the order of hundreds of thousands of dollars over 20 years. And frankly, in 20 years, let's say it's $200,000, that's going to be less than $100,000 of value. So I also don't really see how that money is going to make much of an impact here in Billings on this problem. It's a huge, huge problem. I will say this, I think we need to keep in mind that these are two separate issues. Do we agree to sign on to the agreement, and what do we do later on? So saying that we're not agreeing to the agreement is not saying that we're going to bring on a lawsuit or sign on to a lawsuit. It's just simply saying, no, that money is not sufficient to the pain and problems that the opioid crisis has brought here to Billings, Montana. And frankly, I don't think it's even close to what the cost has been to our community. So I can't support signing on to this agreement.
Gina, if I can just ask you to clarify, if I understood Councilmember Cheeky was, what I was inferring was that he was saying even if we did not sign on to this agreement, or even if we did not sign on to it.
If we don't sign on to it, we can make the decision about a lawsuit later.
Later, gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I'm with you. Councilmember Joy?
Just one question, and then I would like to speak to the motion. If a subdivision is going to sue, do they still take on the structure of the abatement programs that are a part of this settlement?
I'm sorry, who would you, Ben is coming to
Snipes,
the,
I could address that. If you decide to pursue litigation, you have a lot more freedom in the way you structure a future settlement or judgment. In accepting the settlement, you are limited to the terms of how they define abatement under the settlement agreement. If you choose to pursue litigation, you have a lot more freedom in the way the funds can be used and distributed throughout your community.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I'm not going to support the motion because I know, as the Assistant Attorney General said, it's per usual that there's no fault. I mean, there's no accepted responsibility for this problem in a settlement. And I just really can't accept that. I mean, gosh, when you look at the money and the profit that was made off of this crisis that was created by pharmaceuticals, and you look at the damage it did. My aunt in Indiana lost her great-granddaughter to this crisis. And to have that sort of set up so that someone can throw money at you and then say, we weren't responsible for it, it wasn't our fault, people were just making bad choices, just doesn't really sit well with me. I won't support the motion. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Any further, Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this in part. One is I'm not the gambler. You know, in this particular case, none of us knew any of this money was going to be available. None of it. And, you know, now we're looking at, okay, let's do the gamble so we can make so much more when, you know, 4 million or whatever is a pretty good pot to at least start with. It goes to the county health department anyway. It's not like it's going to do anything on the city side beyond those programs. And we're going to enhance programs that we've tried to get started so far. I think the other big part of this is, you know, this is a Montana problem. We have no proof that we've been affected dramatically. So that's all got to be generated for Billings because we weren't pursuing this. It was kind of a lost cause, I think, for the most part. You know, so now I think we can support Montana. You know, we're expecting, you know, the state to support us in several different things that we're doing now. And I don't want to make this sound wrong, but, you know, you kind of kick them in the eyeball and then expect them to give you favors. That's, you know, and that's just reality. But I really do think none of this was even a thought. And, you know, now we can support the state. We can go on and move forward. It's money in the hand. I mean, we know we'll get something, which is certainly better than nothing. So I'll support this.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Any other discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, the motion was the first recommendation, in other words, to sign on to the MOU. So we'll put it to a vote, and we'll ask council members to give a show of hands. Councilmember Ewald?
The motion was to authorize you to execute.
Yeah, here I'm just acting as a functionary and doing what I'm told.
All the pressure's going to be.
Okay, is the motion clear? Okay, so if in favor of the motion, which is to sign off on the MOU, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Yakowicz, Neese, Ewald, Cole, Purrington, Boyette, and Brown. Voting in opposition, raise your hand. Opposition, council members Shaw, Joey, Choriki, and Ronning. Motion passes 7-4. Thank you very much. Very valuable discussion. We'll be looking for those millions of dollars to be rolling into the coffers someday. Our presenters on our screen, thank you very much, and thank you for your longtime work on this over many years.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council, I wish I could. Thank you. I wish I could say our meeting is over, but it's not. We'll now move on to public comment on non-agenda items, after which we have our two council initiatives. Public comment on non-agenda items. Please come forward if you'd like to comment on something that was not on our agenda this evening.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wanted to come tonight. It's the end of the year, and as you know, the end of the term for some of you. So I just wanted to come and say thank you to those of you who have served, and say something nice about the four of you that won't be here next year when we start again. Just because I really value the time and effort that you've put and given to our community. So, and I, as somebody who's paid attention, I know the work that you guys have put in, and even though we haven't always agreed, and we probably won't always agree, because that's just the nature of it. I do respect the work that you guys do, and appreciate the time that you guys have put in. So, I just wanted to say to Councilmember Brown, 8 years, long time, right? I appreciated, though, in watching your common sense, your ethics, even though your shameful plug tonight. I mean, my God. Jeez. I mean, come on, man. Anyway, thank you, though, for representing that well. And I think that's important for people to see that and just being reasonable. So anyway, thank you for your service, and congratulations on wrapping up your term, and good luck with whatever comes next. Councilmember Ewald, I don't think there's any secret there that I don't agree with you on much, but I do appreciate your service. I would say one thing that's always stuck out about you is that I've noticed is that you have organized the community trash pickup, and I've really encouraged the council to participate in that, and I think that's important. I know Councilmember Yakowicz, somebody, when I was running here recently, said, Councilmember Yakowicz said that real leaders pick up trash in their community. And I don't know if you heard that from him or if he heard that from you, but whatever the case, thank you for that, and thanks for your service. Councilmember Yakowicz, lots of good work with, obviously, the prescription pill stuff in the community, like you talked about your march. I remember some of my work with you from when I worked with Healthcare for the Homeless. I remember seeing you around the shelters and caring about those folks, and that meant a lot to me. I remember specifically one night at the Rimrock Neighborhood Task Force meeting, you were there helping mentor and kind of coach one of our newer council members, and Ryan Sullivan. I remember thinking, why is this guy from the south side over here on the west end? Is he out of place a little bit? But it showed me that, it's important that it doesn't matter really what part of the city you're from or what ward you serve in. Knowing the whole city is important, and you've been a really great representative for that. I remember your support with some of our particularly gross comments from a Parks Board member, and that will always remain with me, so thank you for that. And I remember meeting you at Pizza Ranch, probably about 2015. Back when I was just a fanboy of city council, and you gave me your card, said call you anytime, and I still have your card. It's in my drawer somewhere. My wife thinks I'm really weird, but I really like you, so thank you for your service as well. And then Penny, thank you for your dedication, commitment. Obviously, a lot of talk about you not missing a meeting. That's really cool, actually. It's a lot of work. I think about your work learning for and advocating for the city departments and the staff who work there, and the people who actually make our city run, right? and you've taken the time to get to know what they do, care about them. Obviously, some of the things that you've advocated for, your support of the NDO, the spa ordinance, obviously all your efforts to reduce human trafficking, educate folks on that issue here. And one that's not talked about a lot, but one that was important to me, and I don't know where we're at in that, or I hope somebody else takes it up, but your Take It to the Streets initiative, I don't know where that's at, but I hope somebody takes that up. I think it's really important. You've been a really wonderful advocate for our city and Ward 4 specifically, and community engagement. You've often said that public comment isn't social media posts, right? And that's why I'm here tonight. So I sat through all of that just to make sure that I was here for public comment, to make sure that you all knew I'm very thankful for you guys in the service in that. And I wanted to thank you specifically because you're my rep in Ward 4, and you've represented myself and our neighbors in Ward 4 very well the last 4 years, so thank you. So thank you to the 4 of you guys, and Merry Christmas to you all. Wishing you all the best and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. Any other public comment on items not on our agenda this evening? Seeing none, that section of our meeting is closed. We're on to council initiatives. We have 2 this evening. First, I think just by going chronologically, the letter to the governor that addresses crime issues, sobering houses, and parolees and probationers was the first one up. So let's deal with that first. I'm going to turn it over to council members Purington and Shaw, who worked on the draft of the letter, to kind of tell us about the letter and where we're at there and how you would like to proceed. Everybody should have a draft at their desk. Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Shaw.
Well, you probably have at least 6 or 7 drafts. Kendra and I worked on the original draft that you got. I think it was over the week. Well, no, Sunday. So I think one of the things that we did agree on with drafting the original was that we had to keep in mind what the intent of the council initiative was, and also the follow-up to send a letter was that we agreed that the desire was that we needed to limit the DOC placements in Billings. With that came some additional information, and Kendra came up with the second and final draft right before council, and I've been kind of trying to look at it as in between here, and there were some changes that I found a little bit more substantive that I pretty much like the first final draft that you had, because it addressed the amount of money that we got from the state, what it was for. We addressed the issue with the disproportionate number of commitments from DOC and how it affects us locally here in Billings. We got additional information because the mayor had asked Gina about it, and I guess Ben had put some additional information that I think made the letter a little bit too lengthy because he got really specific. It was good and it was true, but it's just, we were trying to keep a one-pager, and it's not a one-pager anymore. But I think that was good. I think he also addressed, and I think Kendra included some of the things that they had passed legislatively that had an impact on the city, and it was a negative impact, not only in Billings, but also in other communities throughout Montana. So I think in moving forward, I would like to maybe hone in, get your thoughts on the letter, the number of letters, and maybe Kendra and I can work on it one more time to get just a little bit more concise. I still believe that we need to keep it a one-pager. I don't know if that's possible with the information we got, but we're open to additional comments. Bill gave us some. They were good. They kind of fell in with some of Ben's. So, Kendra?
Yeah, so if we want to vote on this, if this council wants to vote on it, it has to be tonight. And so what we have is this draft in front of us, which is a combination of the draft Pam and I began with. Then we sent it to the mayor, who forwarded several versions of comments. Penny commented, Gina commented, Ben Halverson, the prosecutor, commented. This version was my attempt to compile all of that as succinctly as possible. So I tried to remove language I thought we didn't need while still kind of hitting all of the points that I thought were critical, that I thought we've all talked about many, many times, and I don't think are super controversial. So that's where we're at. So I guess I would make a motion to approve this, and then we can, if people have specific amendments, I'd be happy to redline that. But if we want this council to vote on it, we have to actually vote on it tonight.
Okay, we have a motion to approve this. We'll come back with any amendments if anybody has them. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Councilmember Purington? Okay. Motion made, and way of discussion, I appreciate the efforts by Councilmember Shaw and Purington. We wouldn't be here if they hadn't generated that first draft, and this is, it's really that first draft plus. I don't think we really took away anything that was in the first draft. Shorter, yeah, maybe so. Thanks, Councilmember Kendra, or Councilmember Shaw, because she did take a 2-pager and turn it into a 1 1/4, and try to put in some of the most important ones from Ben Halverson, and also our city attorney, who really wanted to focus on some of the legislative challenges as well. So I'm satisfied with the letter. I like it. I'm open to making it more condensed, but it's already reasonably condensed. It covers a lot of ground. Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Neese had his hand up. So Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Neese.
One thing that I would like to change in paragraph 2, the last sentence, local law enforcement further feels its hands are tied. I don't want to put any sort of feeling into this. And I think in Gina's note to us in their second paragraph, it says that law enforcement in the community knows how to solve this problem, but we recognize its hands are tied by substantial changes made during criminal justice reinvestment in 2017. I would like to put that sentence in place of this sentence that is in the final draft. It would be the last sentence of number 2 paragraph in Gina's, and number 2 paragraph, last sentence in Kendra's.
And I apologize, I understand what would come out of the draft that is in front of us. The last paragraph of last sentence of paragraph 2. But what would be substituted in its place, and do we know we have that in front of us?
Okay, Gina's said, law enforcement in the community knows how to solve this problem, but we recognize its hands are tied by substantial changes made during criminal justice reinvestment in 2017. And that was in Gina's document that she sent this afternoon.
Okay, I guess the question to the movement is that acceptable of a change to you? It seems pretty close.
It's very close, yeah. I honestly just tried to condense it, and I was a little wary of saying law enforcement in the community knows how to solve these problems, because while I have a lot of faith and trust in our local public safety and law enforcement, that seemed like a very definitive statement that they already know what to do.
Well,
that's why I massaged the language a little bit.
And so doing that, you could say law enforcement recognizes its hands are tied.
Yeah.
Because I think it has to be more substantive than a feeling statement.
I'm fine with recognizes. You want to just change
Yep.
that? Law enforcement
That would be-
further recognizes its hands are tied by substantial changes. Yeah.
Okay, very good. That's a friendly amendment. We're talking the 2 movements here, so that change will be made as part of this motion. Councilmember Neese, you had your hand up.
I did. I want to clarify. So this is a combination of your edits and Penny's edits that you put together. Okay, that's fine. The only thing as I read through all the versions, it was Councilmember Ewald's and Purington's initiative. It was about the limiting the number of DOCs. I thought it should be a little bit more of an ask and it would hope to limit the number. I would like to see it maybe, I mean, it really wanted, I want to emphasize that a little bit more. It's a little soft. I'll go with it if you guys don't think there's any need for change that, but I just would like to have seen it a little bit more stronger.
We had stronger language in there. We pared it back a little bit based off of recommendations from the mayor and the lawyers. But originally, we had something like, this council seeks to limit the number of DOC commitments.
That's good. Are you good with seeks? So replace would hope with seeks. Good? Okay. Again, friendly amendment, that'll be incorporated. Councilmember Ewald?
I agree with what Councilmember Neese says. This is supposed to be a strong statement to them saying, you know, we're tired, our citizens are tired, it's costing us a lot of money. So far, all we're doing is treating symptoms, and we got to get to the root cause. And so by eliminating or putting a cap on the number that we accept, we'll start working on the root cause of the problem. So if we cut it in half, we're not going to need all those sober houses anymore, because we're not going to have as many people coming here. So we're starting to work on the symptoms of the problem by cutting the numbers down that are coming here. And our citizens are getting fed up with it. So if we're going to do what our citizens want, that's who we represent, I think we got to send a more firm statement to them, and it doesn't have to be this long. Anytime you got to read more than one page, it doesn't get read very wholly.
There is that. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Thank you to both Kendra and Pam, and thank you, Gina, for having Ben Halverson add to this as well, and Gina and Mayor Cole. Those actually, the statements that were addressed, those actually were the two issues that I had with this particular version also. So thank you for that. Those are the things that had stood out to me as well. So I appreciate the changes that have been made.
Any further discussion on the motion before we put it to a vote? And just to clarify the signing process, there are not individual signature lines on this, but that's my understanding of what the desire of the council was, that we would have a hard copy, it'd be available at City Hall, and people would need to get down and sign it soon because people are leaving town. Is that?
I chatted with Denise just before, and she said if this is approved, then they can print it on our council letterhead and get it. That's why I didn't print it off on my crappy home computer. So
Sure.
Yeah.
Is everybody available to sign in the next day or two who wants to sign? Okay. Councilmember Purington?
Well, the other thing was who to send this to as well, and I sent everyone who we thought would be CC'd on this. So that would also be added to that signature copy, I suppose.
Okay, so those signature, or those CCs are in Councilmember Purington's email.
And those will be emailed.
Okay? If the process is clear, we'll proceed to a vote. Any questions about the motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, which is to send this letter as revised with that understanding about the process for signing it, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes that initiative. And then we'll now move on to Councilmember Ewald's initiative concerning out-of-town fees involving the landfill. And Councilmember Ewald, I guess turn over to you and then to tell us where we're at and what we need to do.
Well, I sent a copy to everybody, and I only had 2 comments, and I think I answered them pretty good, so if anybody's got questions, the council voted two consecutive years to increase out-of-city landfill charges by 10% a year. Totals 20% after 2020. And they collected 10% the first year and 10% the second year. And now they're not putting it in it was supposed to be put in a special fund for capital improvements on the landfill. Landfill's talking about spending $7.5 million over the next couple of years. This would be a good start for it. they don't have to come to the Billings residents to help pay for that way. It's something that's ongoing, and there's always going to be more stuff done out at the landfill. And staff already made their recommendation for a 5% increase in 19 and then in 20, and then they came back and added another 4% in 1920, or in 2020 over so that the total for increase for out of city was 19% in 2020. So they already got their operational fees. This is over and above, and it's supposed to generate some money to help keep the cost down for the city residents. And I would like to see it go through because we don't get much help from anybody else out of the city when they use our facilities, so.
Okay. If that's clear enough, I'll ask that it be in a motion, and we'll ask for staff to comment if staff's on board. Is there a second if that's put in the form of a motion? Is that, okay, so basically to segregate the fee that is already being collected, as I understand it, in the separate fund for capital use only at the landfill. And Councilmember Yakowicz had the second. Before we get into is this good or bad, I am going to ask staff. It's pretty critical that staff tell us their position before we heard some of that. But Kevin, you want to start? And Debbie, please come to the podium as well.
Yep, we'll have to wake her up there in the back and get her to the podium. But thanks, Mayor and Council. Yeah, just a couple of things. And I think Debbie's going to provide just some information in regards to this of what it kind of looks internally. And then also, possible some council issues with that. So I'll let her speak because she's very knowledgeable about that area.
Okay. Debbie.
All right, thank you. Yeah, by doing this, we can absolutely set aside the money. There's not a problem as far as that goes. A couple things just to make sure you're aware of different things. One, the council always approves the budget, so you have control 100% over the funds. Whether they're in this fund or not, it can be used for capital as requested. So the other thing is it's a manual calculation, so hopefully we can report on this annually instead of monthly. It's a little bit of work to put those together, but can be done. The only other thing I would say is that by earmarking certain money, a lot of you will remember that we do subsidize collection with our landfill. So to some extent, it just puts some of that money where it's not available for that subsidy, which generally is fine because we have a lot more capital every year than what this amount is. So Public Works doesn't have a major obstacle with doing this.
Okay. Back to Councilmember Ewald and other council members. Dave?
Here you go.
That's right.
So for all the things, your operation, all your expenses, you come to council and you request, and if council agrees, they pass it. So that's taken care of. Both 10% were over and above what staff wanted. And I'm perfectly fine. At the end of the year, you know how much out of city total revenues you received, and you take 20% off of it. I'm totally fine with it. It doesn't have to be daily, weekly, monthly, hourly. Yearly's fine.
Great.
Okay, very good. Well, we've got Debbie questions. Councilmember Purington?
Well, I just have one question too. This was for out-of-state landfill collections. Does that not include, Frank, out of city? Does it, so that would include out-of-state as well?
Anything out of city?
Out of city, okay. Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Bernice?
Gina, we're charging a percentage on a item. Could that be construed as a sales tax?
Well, I think I would need to analyze this longer than just giving you an off-the-cuff response, but if it's related to a service that's being provided, then it's likely not.
So a 20% fee on a service is not a sales tax?
Well, I'm not sure that I can tell you if that's commensurate with the service being provided. I would need Debbie's input for that.
So I'm gonna also say we'll need a little bit more time, but when we look at these rates, we do consider those, the legal ramifications of it. So I'm relatively sure it's a surcharge on the out-of-state or out-of-city. I think it's 99% sure we've looked at that, but I can't. I'll follow up with an email with you.
Okay. And just to follow up on, when I looked at this, I don't, as I understood when we did the surcharge, it was a 10% increase and 10% increase, and that increased it by a certain dollar amount. And that dollar amount was fixed for, that's how much was actually being collected for that particular year. And then next year, if they increased it, the dollar amounts would be the same. So if it's $1 per ton is what that percent was, that's what they would collect every single year. But by us saying it's now 20%, every time the rates increase, we're actually increasing more that we're collecting, not that same amount that we increased. And so that's why I'm concerned about fixing a percentage to it as opposed to just a dollar amount. We use the percentage, say, hey, we want to increase it by 20% or 10% this year, whatever that dollar amount is, we say, okay, that's the amount that we collect every year. But that was my concern, is we're going to change it to a fixed percentage.
Okay, kind of begs the question to Councilmember Ewalt. Are you concerned enough to convert that percentage to a flat dollar amount that we would maybe come back to in the future, but if we don't, it does not increase, it's just a flat dollar amount, it's not tied to a specific percentage? And that's just an academic question for you, you know.
No, yeah, we could probably do that, but when staff comes to us, they say we're increasing it by 5%. And they increase it by 5% the next year, so it's the same thing.
Yeah, and I guess I apologize. The motion, as I understand it, really doesn't have to do with setting the dollar amount. It is merely where those dollars go and how they get banked and accounted for. So technically, it's not before us.
Yeah,
we may still want to come back to the issue. Thank you for raising it, but. So I guess that, in my mind, answers it's just where the money goes.
And so the 20% last year, I think, would have been right at $700,000 from out of city landfill. So if you want to work out an amount, but then that never changes, I think it's 20%, and that's just part of. I mean, it costs us more money every year to keep the landfill, and when that landfill gets filled up, we got to find a new place to put it, and it's not going to be cheap.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Tricky?
I'm confused. Is this saying that the money, the 20% increase that has already happened will continue to be put aside? Or are we saying that we're going to continue to increase it by 20% every year?
No.
It's just the current existing 20% that we're talking about. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions or discussion on the motion that is before us? Any other questions from staff that you want clarification on before we proceed to a vote? Debbie is shaking her head, so I guess she's comfortable. All right, are we prepared for vote, council? Motion is clear. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That resolves our second initiative. Councilmember Yakovich.
Another initiative, did you get that? The initiative that I sent you? It's for all of us to thank our spouses and our children or others who stood behind this, our parents, and others, my beloved wife, I love you, and thank you for watching Channel 7. But all of us have had somebody. Was this your poem? That's my poem.
Yes, okay.
Dedicated to you guys, to you, ladies and gentlemen. But I thank my spouse and who watches Channel 7 all the time, and all your spouses and.
Wave to
her. Some may not know that Michael Yakovich is our poet laureate of the city council because he has a poem engraved in concrete in front of his house in recognition of his poetic skills. So if you're ever looking to hire a poet, you've got him. He may not know it, but his feet sure show it because they're long fellows. With that, for the rest of the year, we are adjourned, and thank you for our 4 outgoing council members. Another round of applause for their patience over the years.
Can we get one picture all together?